We're about 10 miles due east of the U.S. Capitol building at Northwest Stadium in Landover. Tonight, a good one in the NFC. It's the Seattle Seahawks and the Washington Commanders. Mike Tirico alongside Greg Olsen and Jason Myers has us set to get started. Off we go on Sunday Night Football. A good return as he takes it across the 30. So here come the Commanders, and they are led by the Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2024. Greg, it was such a good rookie campaign for Jaden Daniels out of LSU.
When you think back over the last couple decades, Mike, I'm not sure there was a more impressive rookie NFL quarterback season than what we saw a year ago out of Jaden Daniels. Not only personally, the efficiency, the effectiveness, the explosiveness in production, but the ability to turn around a franchise in Washington that hadn't seen greatness and hadn't seen success in what seems like ages. Jaden Daniels, Dan Quinn, it is a new era of Washington Commanders football. And I'll tell you what, they got themselves to the playoffs a year ago. I wouldn't be shocked to see them playing in that NFC Championship game come the end of this season.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
In trouble, and down he goes. Ernest Jones in there for the sack, worked his way through. It's a loss of 5.
46-yard line.
Looked like a pass protection breakdown. They had 5 offensive linemen and a running back in the backfield. I promise you, somebody was assigned to that linebacker, but he timed the blitz perfectly. He ran through and was able to bring him down for a big sack.
Off the zone read, Daniels gonna hang on to it.
And these are body blows on any defense. This quarterback has the ability to make guys miss and do a lot of damage in the run game. And that's a nice pickup there.
Third and 7. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. He'll try and get there on the ground. And he will have a first down, but I don't think that's going to stand. They're already heading backwards. That on the guard, Sam Cosmi.
Still third down.
The task now, a really tough one. Third and very long. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. The pressure will get to him. He goes down. There is a flag down in the backfield, usually the spot that tells us hold.
That penalty is declined.
On fourth down, the Commanders going to send out their veteran Tress Way to punt. Back deep for Seattle, Torrey Horton. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and will come out to the 20-yard line. Seahawks come out, and they are led by a new quarterback, Sam Darnold. From USC, he's bounced around for his first 7 seasons. This is 5th different franchise as he starts year 8 in the NFL. And Greg, it's year 1 with the Seahawks.
To say last year changed the trajectory of Sam Darnold's career feels a little bit like an understatement, doesn't it, Mike? I mean, the year he had in Minnesota alongside head coach Kevin O'Connell by far was the best year of his career. It's a big reason why Seattle paid him what they did to come in, replace Geno Smith as the starting quarterback. So now the question is, years ago under Kyle Shanahan, 1 year under Kevin O'Connell, can he now bring that to Seattle and have that same level of success and take them back to the playoffs.
That last run got 4. So here comes 2nd and 6. He'll rotate Cup. And they're going to mark him down up past the 35.
A gain of 12
It's
yards.
a gain of 12 there. First down, Seattle.
First down.
And that's a nice
First
grab
and 10
for his
at the
first catch of
36-yard
the game,
line.
Mike. And he's someone that the play caller has told us he wants to get him early touches, get him a feel for the game. Nice job there making that happen.
On 1st and 10, here comes Walker. Good physical run. It'll wind up as a gain of 5.
A 6-yard
This just
pickup
shows why you
brings up
can't count on
2nd
just
and 4.
one guy to take him down. He's a powerful enough runner. You've got to have guys coming in support when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
Keep it on the ground and keep it with Walker. And he'll get past the marker. So he's got a first down on that gain of 5.
Gain of 6. That's good for a Seahawks first down. It's a gain of 6. And a Seahawks first down.
I think this 2nd down call, Mike, they were hoping that at worst they had themselves set up for a 3rd down and short. But there's no need for 3rd down. He was able to get enough on 2nd, and they get a fresh set of downs.
Darnold now on 1st and 10. This one broken up. It's incomplete. The defender right there with him. It brings up 2nd down.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
All things considered, it's actually a pretty good pass. I mean, he puts the ball in a place where only his guy can catch it. But I think he hears those footsteps coming from that nearest defender, and he's not able to secure the catch through contact.
And that one is incomplete. Penalty flag down. Back
Holding.
in the
Offense.
backfield in the area of holding.
Still 2nd down.
Operating from the gun, it's Darnold. And he'll just bite the bullet and throw this one away. That's a good idea. Didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up 3rd down.
20.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
On 3rd and long, here's Darnold. He's got his man down the field. It is a big completion.
Holding. Offense. Still 3rd down.
From the gun, on 3rd down, it's Darnold. And that is incomplete.
Darnold's pass intended
I like the
for
fact that
Ken
they took a
Walker.
shot on 3rd and long,
Incomplete.
right? A lot of offenses in that situation would be a little bit more conservative playing for the 4th down punt. They're trying to pick up a big chunk play through the air, but now that you can't connect, it all but guarantees you got to punt this ball away as it brings up
Michael
4th and a mile.
Dixon to punt
So
for the
it's 4th
Seahawks.
down. The Seahawks send out the Aussie Michael Dixon to punt.
Washington takes over 1st
The
and 10.
Commanders offense
At
ready to
their own
possess the
20-yard
football
line.
for the 2nd time. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. They'll run here with the rookie. And good blocking up front, paving the way for a gain
He's tackled
of
at the
8 on the
29-yard
ground.
line. It's a gain of 9. Brings up 2nd and a yard.
From the 29, here's 2nd and 1. Daniels now going to look to throw. He takes off.
I love this call, Mike. Second down and short. One of the best downs in football to take a shot. Give credit to the defense. They were ready for it. And a nice job by the quarterback, realizing there's nothing downfield. Take off, turn into a runner, pick up the first down.
From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10. On the zone read, here's Daniels. Showing off for footwork, sliding down after a gain of 8.
It's a gain of 8.
The quarterback could have handed it. He could have kept it himself. I don't really think either option would have turned out much different. Great job by the defense having a plan for the running back and a plan for the quarterback, and they're able to force that carry for no gain.
They'll motion over Samuel. They fake the jet sweep and give it up the middle. And he'll be close to a first down. A gain of a couple as they mark him just short.
And after that short run, puts them a little bit closer to the first down marker. And they're going to need to create more running room on the ground if they plan on extending this drive.
They'll go with the sneak. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. And that's it.
It's a gain of a yard. And a Washington first down. First and 10.
I don't want to take anything away from the quarterback here, Mike. He did a nice job picking up that first down. But this play is won or lost by the big guys up front. They're the ones who need to get off the snap on time, get leverage on the defender, and create the space needed for the quarterback to pick up the first down.
Under pressure, and down he goes. They've got him. Devin Witherspoon, the Pro Bowl corner, in on the blitz that time. He records the sack.
If there's any silver lining for this drive, Mike, it's the fact that at least this sack occurred on an early down. So I guess technically they have a chance to claw themselves out of this hole, but that's the 3rd sack of the game. And this defense doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force third down
and 15.
For whatever reason, when the ball was in the air, Mike, it seemed to me like he was almost having a little trouble tracking it. I'm not sure if that's what allowed the defender to catch back up, but ultimately it was the contact at the catch point that causes the incomplete. That's going to bring up 3rd and real long.
And that is incomplete. Trying to connect with the veteran Zach Ertz that time. And it's going to be 4th down.
And this passing game continues to come up short these last couple plays. That's 2 consecutive incompletions in a row. Now they're staring 4th down right in the face.
Here's Tress Way now. And he's on to punt for the 2nd time in this opening quarter.
The Seahawks take over.
Seahawks offense, ready to see what they can do on their 2nd possession. They had to punt on their opening drive. No damage done as of yet. Still scoreless here, and they'll pick it up 1st and 10. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Slot man in motion right. Darnold to throw on 1st down. Taken in by Horton. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down.
A bit of a quick hitter here, and what you're hoping for, Mike, is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so hot, but they knew it was coming, and they end up holding them to just a short gain.
So, from the 26-yard line, here's 2nd and 4. Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. Complete to the former Buckeye, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Really nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself in your opponent's side of the field, you have to be thinking points.
The tight end going in motion to the left. Off the play fake. Here's Darnold. That one underthrown and intercepted.
rush because they forced that bad throw. That is the perfect example of when the front pass rush and the back end coverage work together. Man, that was big-time ball.
The Commanders' offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. And so far, not much has gone right. They've had it twice, they've punted twice. Looking to sustain something here on drive number 3. Begin here on the ground. And that play going nowhere. The defense all over that one. They'll bring him down for a big loss.
I can promise you that is not how they wanted to start this drive, Mike. I mean, to get blown up at the point of attack, there was just nowhere for the back to go on that run.
Throwing on second down. Daniel. Going to be taken in by Koski Merritt. He's going to be taken down, but there's a late flag in the backfield that might give him 15 more yards.
Automatic first down.
Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Going to keep it on the zone read. And he'll get about 3 on that one. It'll be 2nd down.
He was brought down by
They went to the design quarterback run, and there just wasn't a lot of space for the quarterback to operate. You could see him kind of waiting for some of the blocks to develop. Never transpired. Didn't get a whole lot going. Short game.
From the 34-yard line, here's 2nd down and 6. Throwing is Daniel. One complete to Jalen Lane. That'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the 1st down.
Just take what the defense is giving you. When you can stay ahead of the chains and just take these easy pitch and catch throws underneath, hitch routes, quick game, now it puts you in a lot more favorable down and distances to eventually attack this defense a little bit more downfield.
And not much there. Good defense. To no gain.
It's a gain of a yard.
I know it's early in this game, but in my mind, that's 4-down territory, and certainly now the coach doesn't have to make that decision. He keeps it on the ground on 3rd and short, gets a fresh set of downs, and now they got to see if they can come away with some points.
On 1st and 10, here's Daniel. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
You can't fault the quarterback on this one, Mike. He really didn't even have much of an opportunity. By the time he hit the top of his drop and got his eyes downfield, the defense was all over him, and he really had no choice but to just get that ball out of his hand and live to play another snap.
They'll motion over Samuel. Daniels to throw on 2nd down. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think you'd be able to corral. You can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a 3rd down.
And 10.
And that's another brutal drop for an offense that has struggled to catch the ball up to this point. And yes, you can nitpick about ball placement and whatnot, but listen, the reality is at this level, if it hits your hands, you have to find a way to come down.
And the Seahawks have come up with the recovery.
That was a great play by the defense, Mike. He got a little sloppy with ball security as he leaves the pocket. They're able to knock it loose and put an end to this drive.
The Seahawks offense about ready to take over once more. This unit hasn't been at their best early on. Punt followed by an interception on their first 2 drives. Throwing on 1st and 10 is Darnold. And he let him a bit too much. The pass is incomplete. He was looking for Kenneth Walker out of the backfield. And that will lead to a 2nd down.
So they made it a priority here early to try to get him the ball in the 1st quarter. But that was their 3rd attempt. None of them have resulted in a catch. If you got to start looking elsewhere, you don't want to get into a position, Mike, where you feel like you're forcing the guy the ball and forcing your offense to run through him. He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
Well, can't afford another incompletion here. Quickly, it is 3rd and 10. From the shotgun, here's Darnold. Down the field, but it falls incomplete.
And that's what you call a wasted series. They come out here and they decide we're just going to air it out. 1st, 2nd, 3rd down. All 3 incompletions, and now it brings up 4th down. And barring some crazy decision here to keep your offense on the field, you're going to find yourself right back on the sideline.
Here's Michael Dixon now. He'll punt for the 2nd time after hitting a beauty in his 1st effort. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Motion the slot man left. To throw is Daniels on 1st and 10. And he'll be taken down up around the 32-yard line. 12 yards on the game. That's good for a quick 1st down.
Washington.
Really nice job there, Mike. I mean, he sees the blitz coming and just gets the ball out of his hands. Understand where your outlets are. It results in an easy pitch and catch and move the chains.
Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. Looking for his tight end there, but let him too far. It's an incompletion.
Seems like there was some miscommunication that time. They clearly weren't on the same page. That's something that they've got to get on the sideline and get corrected as soon as possible, because I think they just missed out on what could have been a big play.
On 2nd down, it's Daniel. He'll complete this one. It's Deebo Samuel. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield. 1st catch of the ball game for Deebo. That's a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 49-yard line.
This is clinic tape for any young wide receiver out there watching this guy run routes. He has the defender thinking everything is a go ball. Attack him vertically, and then when you get to your route depth, you stick that foot in the ground, you break in, balls on time, results in a nice 1st down pickup. I think every running back's dream is that he's going to run through a wide open hole and have breakaway touchdowns, but that's not necessarily the case very often in the NFL. So the backs that are the best are the ones that can get more yardage than maybe what's blocked for, and I think this is a nice physical gain here that they can continue to build off of as the game unfolds.
2nd down, zone read, and he keeps it. And he's not going to get away. They're going to bring him down on the other side of midfield.
So it's just a simple read, but it's really well defended. They had both the give and the pull reads both accounted for, and the play ends up going nowhere.
3rd and 9. From the shotgun on 3rd down, Daniels. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
Intended for
I think he predetermined that 3rd down throw, and even though the coverage was tight, he still tried to fit the ball in there anyway, and it ended up falling incomplete. I think if he goes through his progressions and has a little bit more trust in his protection, I think there's an easier throw to make out there.
The Seahawks
Out
take
comes
over
the Seattle
first and
offense
10
as they get ready
at
for their
own
next possession.
20-yard line.
They'll begin with first and 10. This drive starts on the ground with Walker. And some space opens as he's brought down following a gain of 6.
On the stop. It's a gain of 7. Brings up second and 3 at the 27-yard line.
Ball on the 27. Here's second and 3. Now Darnold. Defender draped all over him. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up a third down.
Third down.
And they got the look they were hoping for, one-on-one on the outside. He's just unable to hold on to it through contact, and I think that was a big opportunity missed.
Third and short yardage, and here's Darnold. And that is incomplete.
Intended for Ken Walker. Incomplete.
I just don't like the look of this passing game, Mike. It just seems a bit erratic. On top of the 2 straight incompletions, they've already turned the ball over through the air. And truthfully, with how dangerous some of these throws have been, they're lucky it hasn't been even more.
Here's the punter now,
to punt for
as
the
he is on
Seahawks.
to kick it for Seattle.
The Commanders
The
take
Commanders'
over first
offense
and 10
getting things in order
at their
as they
own
try out for
20-yard
this
line.
next possession. They'll do so with first and 10. Here's Daniel. He gets it to Samuel, left side. And he'll be driven out of bounds, and that's a pickup of 8.
Samuel. Out of bounds at the 28-yard line. 8 yards on the pickup. Brings up second and 2.
Ball on the 28-yard line. Here's second and a couple. The tight end Ertz in motion. He'll run it on the inside handoff. And he'll have a Commander's first down as he's got this up to about the 34-yard line.
A gain of 6.
This is a situation that play callers love to be in, Mike. They have all their options on the table. Second and short, play action pass. You can run. In this case, they choose to keep it on the ground, play it safe, pick up the first down.
Here's a designed run.
You know, it's easy to sit up here and say, hey, just keep running the ball. They've been efficient, just kind of wear down this defense by 1,000 different paper cuts. But
second and 6.
the problem is, it's only contingent upon your ability to keep the score down. So if you want to continue to run the ball this often, they're going to have to look to their defense to play really well.
Up the middle, and he'll only be able to muster a couple of yards. Tyrese Knight in on the
at the
tackle.
40-yard line. A gain of 2 on the play. Brings up third and 4.
Here's a third down and 4. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. Now pass deep for McClure. That is hot. And he will go all the way. Touchdown, Washington. A beautiful combination in the air there. The pass downfield and bringing it the rest of the way into the end zone for the touchdown.
And it's really just a great route, Mike, and then a beautiful throw. The accuracy of the throw is what allowed the receiver not only to secure the catch, but then be able to turn it up and finish the play and find himself in the end zone.
The extra point by Gay is good. So we are through one here on Sunday Night Primetime. It's the Commanders with the early lead. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. So, after the touchdown, here's Jay to kick this one away. This is going to be taken in at the 3. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Seahawks offense ready for this next possession. They'll be hoping to match that touchdown from a moment ago. 7-0 our score as this drive begins with a first down. Go play action with Darnold. Now he'll air one out. And that's going to wind up incomplete. However, we do have a flag down. Potentially very big call here.
Automatic first down.
They go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. Off the bootleg. Here's Darnold. That's caught. It's Kenneth Walker. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 45-yard line.
Ball spotted at the 45. Here's 2nd down and 7. Operating from the gun, it's Darnold. He'll get this complete to Walker. And they'll whistle him down, but not before it picks up a first down. After a gain of 7.
First down.
All right, so anytime you're facing the blitz, the best thing you can do as an offense is just get the ball out of your hand. Get into the hands of receiver, run after catch. In this case, nice job by the defense, rallying to the ball. Modest gain.
That's to the rookie from Miami, Elijah Arroyo. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
It's a gain of 11.
A gain of 11 on that one. It's good for a Seahawks first down.
First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Check.
Now, this looks like a design run.
Darnold on the keeper. It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 29-yard line.
Here's 2nd and 2. Off the play fake, it's Darnold. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. But he can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a third
down and 2.
I feel like their quarterback, for the most part, has looked pretty solid. I mean, it's everybody else that seems to have let him down with the drop balls and the mistakes. That's really what's killing these drives.
On 3rd and 2, it's Darnold. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a fourth down.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, they're continuing to force this quarterback to not only make some difficult throws, but to put the ball in harm's way.
And that's going to run out of steam. It comes up short. No good. And they are not able to draw closer.
Commanders 7.
There's an old
Seahawks
saying in golf, Mike, that when you're on the green, never up, never in. In this case, the ball's on target. It just didn't have enough steam to get there. Winds up no good.
There's Terry McLaurin and the Commanders offense heading out for their next possession. And it may be time for this defense to start throwing a second defender at him, maybe. Look at what he's done. Whatever the defense has tried the first half, it hasn't worked. 1st and 10 now from the 36. The motion man here is McLaurin. He's trying to get around the corner, but he can't. He's going to be run down behind the line.
He was taken down behind the line of scrimmage. It's a loss of 2. Brings up 2nd and 12 at the 34-yard line.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. He'll step up and run this. And Daniels will slide to a stop. Wise move as a young quarterback. That's how you stay around to become a vet. He picked up the 1st down.
That's good.
This is an element to his game that we don't necessarily spend a lot of time talking about. He's not known as a traditional runner at the quarterback position. But when he has some space like he had here, he is more than capable of not only converting 1st downs, but picking up big chunk plays.
And he skips away nicely from that first defender. It's a pickup of 5.
DeMarcus Lawrence on the stop. It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5 at the Seahawks 34-yard line.
They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. Working out of the gun, it's Daniel. He runs with it. And they'll finally run him down, but not before he takes it inside the 15.
It's a gain
there of 23 yards.
That's good.
1st down, Washington.
1st down. 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line.
This defense is going to have to come up with some answers at halftime because they cannot allow this quarterback to just continue to have his way with them on the ground using his legs. And that's exactly what's happened so far here in the 1st half. And they're going to have to get that fixed and fixed quickly.
The handoff here, up the middle, and he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down.
The ball carrier.
He does a nice job coming from his safety position, filling his run gap assignment.
Brings up 2nd
keeps
and
this to
7.
a modest gain at best.
2nd and 7. They'll motion over Samuel. To the ground. He'll get it again. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
He sniffed that one out from the jump. I mean, once he diagnosed and knew where the ball was going, he got there in a hurry, and he put an end to that play really before it ever got started.
They're going to try to pick this up on 3rd and 8. Now Daniel. Taking off. He'll try to get there.
Jaden Daniels on the scramble.
Well, we've seen time and time again just how dangerous this quarterback can be, Mike, when he decides to tuck it and take off. So that is a great job defensively to rally to the football and hold him to just a short gain.
On 4th down, the Commanders send out Matt Gay to try the field goal.
Yard attempt.
This about as short as you can get. Gay's kick is good. And the Commanders will extend to a 10-0 lead.
It's always a little bit of a letdown, Mike. You find yourself deep in the red zone and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
So the lead is now 10-0 as this kicks away. From the 6, here comes a return. Oh, he's got room past the 30.
The
Seahawks offense back onto the field for their next possession. And nothing doing from the offense just yet. Down 10-0 as they come up with 1st and 10. Start the drive, and he'll work his forward to the 35. The veteran Bobby Wagner in there on the stop.
So this team finds themselves now in a little bit of a tricky situation here, Mike. If they don't find a way to start sustaining some of these drives and come away with points, all of a sudden you're trailing by double digits in the second half. You become very one-dimensional. You become very pass-heavy, and that's certainly not how any team in the NFL wants to play.
He'll try to push forward. He'll wind up getting 3 yards with that one. The veteran Bobby Wagner in there on the stop.
A gain of 4.
And while that run wasn't anything really to write home about, what it allows them to do, Mike, is keep everything in the playbook at their disposal. 3rd and short, now it's up to these coaches to dial up their best short yardage play and extend this drive.
And that is incomplete. Jackson Smith and Digba, the intended receiver. And it's going to lead to 4th down.
And the defense knew they had to be ready for anything here on 3rd and short. They decided to put the ball in the air, and they might have been better off keeping that ball on the ground because that defense was ready for it, and they were all over.
Here's the punter now. He's on to punt it for the 4th time tonight. The Commanders offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. And this defense has to be searching for answers right now. It's been his ability to make plays on the ground here in the first half that has really given them fits. Turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 23-yard line.
From the 23, here's 2nd and 7. They'll throw with Daniel. Take it in by Krosky Merritt. And they'll be set up now. Past the 40 with that one.
A gain of 19
It's a gain of 19 in the air. Good for a Commanders first down.
1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
And this is so much of the skill sets that we're seeing around the league at the running back position. You don't want to have to sub your running back off the field, Mike, when you build what they call these empty or 5-wide sets. Can you keep your running back and run true receiver routes and be a threat? Because when you can, there's a lot of big plays to be made.
Nice game on 1st down, but the penalty flag come in. Awesome. The question now, will the play stand?
Still 1st down.
Throwing now, Daniel. Downfield, there's the veteran Ertz. And they'll get this one down to the 35-yard line. It's a gain there of 26 yards.
Down. 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line.
The thing that jumps out to me the most, Mike, is just how often the quarterback is able to throw the ball to his first read in the progression. So hats off to the play caller. him and the quarterback seeing the game through the exact same set of eyes, and there is a lot of room to open.
He's not going to get too far. Tackled after a gain of just a yard.
He's taken down at the 33-yard line. 1 yard gain brings up 2nd and 9.
From the 33, here's 2nd down and 9. Daniels going to keep this himself. Flag comes in as he's forward for about 3 yards. We'll need to check on the call.
Still 2nd down.
Back to the ground after the penalty. And some good dropping, springing a gain of 9 as we get to 3rd down.
And we're starting to see the fruits of their labor paying off here. I mean, they've used this run game to throw a bunch of body blows throughout the entire contest. And while some of the carries didn't result in much at the time, it's clear they're starting to take its toll on this defense.
That is incomplete, but there is a flag
Personal
down.
foul. Roughing the
Big
passer.
call here.
Defense.
It was 3rd down.
Automatic 1st down.
Line of scrimmage is the 15. It's 1st and 10. The motion man here is McClure. Following the penalty, he'll run it. And he'll find some way to turn this into positive yardage, struggling forward for a pickup of about 2.
13-yard line.
Nice job by the running back making the first guy miss, but it's the pursuit by the entire defense. Even though he doesn't get him down on his first try, the rest of his guys are all rallying to the ball, and they bring him down for a short gain.
Send a man in motion right. That one not disguised too well. He'll get back to the line. That's it.
Well, you can tell that the defense had seen that play on game tape, and they were ready for it. They tried to do a little jet sweep, pop pass out of the gun. Defense was all over it. Nowhere to go, no gain.
3rd, they need 8. Throwing is Daniel. The ball's out. And the Seahawks have come up with the recovery. How about the defense getting to the quarterback, getting access to the ball, knocking it free, and coming up with the recovery.
I'd like to see the quarterback just be a little more secure with the ball, Mike. You can see he's just a little loose, especially when you're operating from the pocket. But give credit to the defender. Nice job attacking the ball, knocking it loose and recovering it. And that is a big takeaway here by this defense.
Well, Seahawks offense getting set to get back to work. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. Off the play fake. Here's Darnold. Get this complete to Holton. And he'll only manage a couple of yards before he's out of bounds.
Out of bounds at the 23-yard line. A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7.
Second down, they need 7. From the shotgun, here's Darnold. Oh, he's going to be followed up and taken down. They got it. Javon Kinlaw gets us for a loss of 7. And now it's 3rd down.
3rd and 14.
Well, as they face this possible 3 and out following that 2nd down sack, now if you're the quarterback, you've got to be thinking, get the ball out of my hand, find a matchup I like downfield, and try to push this ball past the sticks and keep this drive alive.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. Here's Darnold. This one just too far for the receiver. Out in front of him. That one falls incomplete.
The offense just couldn't seem to get anything going that drive. They knew they had a long way to go, taking over possession that deep in their own territory. You want to pick up that first down and see if you can capitalize some momentum. Instead, the errant throw brings up fourth down, and they're going to have to punt it away.
The Commanders offense starting to try out for this next possession. They've got the 10-0 advantage here early. And they'll see if they can add to it. Beginning on this drive, 1st and 10. To throw is Daniels. And this will be incomplete, but there's a flag back in the backfield where the quarterback is. They may have got him after he released the ball.
Automatic first down.
From the 35, it's 1st and 10. They send a receiver in motion left. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. It's a gain of 16, and very quickly, a first down.
I like the change of pace. The idea that you want to keep the ball on the ground, but you don't want to do it in the traditional sense of just turning around and handing it off to your running back. So this time, they give it to the wide receiver. They get him in space, get the ball in his hands, and he turns it into a solid game.
And a nice job, able to dance away and get forward for a pickup of a half dozen.
Brought down by Ernest Jones. A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3 at the 42-yard line.
From the 42-yard line, here's 2nd and 3. They'll motion over Samuel.
Debo Samuel, the ball carrier. Devin Witherspoon on the tackle. It's a gain of a yard. Brings up 3rd down and 2.
Now a 3rd and 2. Trying to pick this one up on the ground. This will not do the trick. They've stopped him behind the line. 4th down coming up.
A loss of a yard.
So it's a pretty manageable 3rd down, so they really have the option to run or pass, so they decide to keep the ball on the ground, which I don't mind as long as you've made the decision already that you're willing to use 4th down to pick up the rest of the yards. If not, I think that's a big mistake.
The motion man here is McLaurin. They'll indeed go. It's Daniels. That's incomplete. Derek Hall on 4th down. Does not work out.
Result of
And
the
it
play
results
is
in a turnover on downs. The Seahawks offense makes their way back out to the field for their next possession. They'll have very good starting field position as they set up past the 40. Throw on 1st down is Darnold. And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning.
A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4.
Here comes 2nd and 4
at their 49-yard line.
Darnold to throw. That's taken in by Horton. And they'll pick up the 1st down, a gain of about 4.
A 5-yard
Really nice job here by the quarterback, understanding what did he need to pick up a fresh
down.
set of downs.
In this case, that underneath drag route was all it took. Get the ball into the hands of your receiver, pick up a first down.
On 1st and 10, here's Darnold. A throw behind his man, can't reel it back in, and that'll go down as an incompletion.
You know, it's hard to speculate, Mike. We sit up here and we try to just interpret and assume what's going on in the minds of the players and the minds of the coaches, but they seem to me to be a little bit rattled. All these negative plays have really started to pile up in the first half. He's got to settle down, have some more efficiency on these early downs, and get his offense into some sort of rhythm.
Throw out wide. It's caught. And he'll be out of bounds after a gain of 9. They'll go about trying to convert on 3rd down.
And it's 3rd down.
These are the play calls, Mike, that offensive coordinators use to just get their quarterback and their passing game into some sort of rhythm. Easy pitch and catch, get the ball out of his hand, see a completion. These typically, as the game goes on, lead to bigger and bigger gains.
He gets free. And he will get into the end zone. Elijah Arroyo. Touchdown, Seahawks. What a job to finish the play with a touchdown. The catch and carry and the carry part, Greg, that was the most impressive there.
Well, you said it, Mike. The catch was nice, but it's what can you do after the catch that really separates guys in this league. And in this case, he did plenty because it ended up in a touchdown.
Jason Myers on to attempt the extra point. And he missed it. That's a rare miss for the veteran. And they are unable to add on the point after. After the TD, Myers comes on now to kick it away. Deebo Samuel going to get a chance to return it. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Commanders' offense and their running back set to go once more. The lead sits at 4, so they'll try to add on to that. This drive begins with 1st and 10. The tight end Ertz in motion. The drive will start on the ground. He left that first defender grasping for air as he winds up getting 8 out of that one.
The tackle made by Julian Love. 8 yards on the pickup brings up 2nd and 2 at the 35-yard line.
Here's 2nd and 2. Here's Daniel. He gets it to Samuel. Left side. And they'll pick up the first down. A gain of about 4. The Commanders will signal for the first of their timeouts as the clock stops. 50 seconds to play until halftime.
39-yard line.
So from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Daniel.
And this is where the versatility of the tight end position really starts coming into play. Not only do they have to line up with their hand on the ground, but they can occasionally split out in the slot. And man, they're too fast for linebackers, and a lot of times they're too big for defensive backs.
2nd down, they need 3. Daniels now going to look to throw. Ooh. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
13 yards
Now
on the
timeout
play.
here by Washington. Washington. That is their second. As the clock will stop at 21 seconds to go until halftime.
At the 41-yard line.
First and 10. Daniels going to throw again. Throws here down the field. Will fall incomplete.
It's been a bit of a pedestrian game for this quarterback and ultimately this passing game here today, Mike. And I know they all would have loved to connect on that deep throw. I think that stat sheet would have looked a whole lot different, but just a little off in their execution and leads to an incompletion.
Keep it in the air. Here's Daniels. Looking down the field there, but it falls incomplete.
Contrary to what all of the fans at home think, I don't have rooting interest in any of these games. But as you know, when it comes to tight ends, there's no bigger fan than this guy right here. I want to see them be able to connect, especially on those big plays downfield.
On third down, they'll throw with Daniels. Deep for the back of the end zone. That one broken up in the end zone. It's incomplete. What great work just to get those hands up there. And now it's fourth down.
Little miscommunication there. Now brings up third down. It just doesn't appear that the quarterback and the wide receiver were on the same page on that last pass.
On fourth down, the Commanders send out Matt Gay to try the field goal. This officially a 58-yard attempt. Darnold to throw on first down. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. Scott Hansen, good to be with you from the Orlando EA Sports Studios with an abridged halftime report. This one shaping up to be a tight one, as evidenced by the scoreboard. Both these teams playing it close to the vest in the first half. What will happen in the second half? Let's find out as we send it back to the stadium and our commentary team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Scott, thank you. Both teams trying to find the right formula and come out on top in this tight one as we hit the second half.
Matt Gay to kick
Pretty
off
interesting
for
first half.
Washington.
We'll see if any strategy changes for the next 30 minutes or more as this second half gets underway. And they'll be set up well as he is past the 35-yard line.
Their own 36-yard
The Seahawks offense going to have a first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. They trail by 4. A touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with first and 10. Off the play fake, it's Darnold. That one down the field, but it is incomplete. Elijah Arroyo was the intended target. And it'll lead to a second down.
Quarterback's trying to give his big tight end a chance to go up and use that large catch radius, unable to connect. Little letdown here for the tight end community, Mike.
Throwing on second down, Darnold. That's to the right side. And is complete.
Intended for
Well, it's pretty clear the main reason why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the inefficiency of this offense and primarily out of the quarterback position. I mean, to complete less than half of your pass attempts, it just makes it very hard to compete at a high level consistently in the NFL. And if they want to find themselves having any chance of getting back into this game.
Oh, a loose football. And the Commanders come up with the takeaway. Well, the ball comes out, and the scramble for it, it ends up becoming a turnover, and the offense walks off the field disappointed with that fumble.
Mike, when you look at a stat sheet at the end of the game and you want to determine which team wins and which team loses, at the top of the list is ball security. Which team does a better job protecting it, and which team does a better job taking it away.
The Commanders' offense ready for their first possession of this second half. They've got the lead, and they'll set forth trying to build on it. They're going to do that with excellent field position. They'll turn and hand this one off. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
Depending on the situation or the down and distance, Mike, the linebackers have different reads. Sometimes they read the offensive lineman. Sometimes they read the running back. In this case, his read brings him right to the play. He's able to make a big stop and keep the gain to nothing.
They'll go play action here with Daniel. Now they are in business. Inside the 15-yard line.
A gain of 10 yards.
It'll be a pickup of 10. First down, Washington.
I always think you can tell pretty quickly how comfortable a quarterback is in their offense, Mike, by how fast they work through their progression and get the ball to their check down underneath. And in this case, with the depth of the defense, a lot of space in the short game, get him the ball, pick up the first down.
And he will not be able to turn up field. They'll drop him behind the line.
This is a play we've seen this offense have success with in the past, but here you have to wonder if they maybe tipped their hand a bit because that one went nowhere.
Here's a 2nd and 12. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. That's McLaurin open on the left side. That's a good gain there. It's going to wind up just a couple of yards shy of that first down.
It may not have moved the chains, but with what they were dealing with there on second down, that's a really nice pickup because now it opens up your play call sheet on third down where it's a little bit more manageable.
This one on the ground. And it looks like he's going to have enough for the first down. Yes, he does. First and goal coming up.
Nice run right there. You get down here into the red zone area, Mike, and yards are hard to come by. He's able to stick his head in there and sets him up for first and goal.
They'll motion over Samuel. Here's a run. And he's going to go backward. Taken down at the 6.
A loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits what do you feel comfortable dialing up here on 2nd and goal.
2nd and goal. Now it's from the 6-yard line.
Daniel's pass complete to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. A 2-yard pickup brings up 3rd and goal.
Good job so far by the defense protecting the short field. Now it's 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal. It's Daniel. Good blocking, and he's in. Jaden Daniel. Touchdown, Commanders. That his 2nd touchdown tonight. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him. And in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
And this is not going to have enough steam at all. It is short. No good. Don't think it was tipped. Just a bad kick. And they are unable to unlock the extra point. So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. This will be returned from the 6. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line.
At their own 26-yard line.
Out comes the Seattle offense as they get ready for their next possession. The deficit is at 10, so an important drive forthcoming. Getting started with 1st and 10. To Walker, into the secondary, past the 40, and he'll be tackled up around the 45-yard line.
A gain of 19
That's a gain of 19, and a very quick first down.
Seahawks first down. First and 10
really nice start here to the drive. Early down success. Every offensive coordinator is trying to find ways. How do we pick up first downs without having to get to 3rd down? We see it here. Big explosive run. Now the rest of the drive unfolds.
Smith in Jigba, the man in motion. Throwing on 1st and 10 is Darnold. And he can't get away. They rally to the football defensively. Bring him down for no gain.
The quick passing game in the NFL, Mike, is so dependent on yards after the catch. You got to generate space with the scheme, and then it's up to the receiver to do the rest. In this case, nice job defensively, because this guy couldn't even get back to the original line of scrimmage.
Operating from the gun is Darnold. And it's complete to the sideline. Nice job getting both feet down inbound.
The best guys I've been around, Mike, they have a sense where they can see the ball, but they can feel the sideline. And that's kind of an innate sense that these guys have that allows them to concentrate and secure the catch and ensuring that both feet remain in bounds.
Smith in Jigba, the man in motion. 3rd and short yardage, and here's Darnold. Second time they've hooked up on this drive. This one good for 12 and a first down.
A gain of 12 yards.
It just seems like whenever they need a big play on 3rd down, you can almost guarantee that he's someone they're going to try to get the ball to. Certainly easy to see why. Clutch play by everyone involved and keeps the offense on the field.
On 1st and 10, here comes Walker. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1.
So they go with the first down run, hoping to just get them some positive yards and get themselves into a good second down situation, but now they find themselves in 2nd and long. So the more you give defenses the opportunity, Mike, to defend you one-dimensionally. So in this case, we're only playing you in the pass. It stresses your protection, it stresses your play caller, and ultimately, it stresses your quarterback. Defensive coordinators preach all the time, play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short gain.
3rd and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. That's the one thing they couldn't have there, the sack. That might take them out of field goal range.
A loss of 9
This offensive line has to do a better job, Mike, of communicating the protection pre-snap, especially on these key third downs. The blitz overwhelms them from the jump, and now they're picking their quarterback off the ground.
Kicking time for the Seahawks. They'll punt this one away. He'll come on to kick for a 6th time tonight.
Washington takes over
The Commanders' offense, and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. And he's had it going in the first half. Really had his way with the secondary. They have been powerless to stop him. Now they're trying to keep it going. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. They'll send a man in motion left. And he's going to be out of bounds up around the 39-yard line. 19 yards right away to kick off this drive.
For a Commanders.
You know, we've seen this for so long with running backs, and now it's really starting to creep in with wide receivers, Mike. And it's a matter of not necessarily how many times do we throw it to them in a game, but how many ways can we get them to touch the ball? Just get the ball in their hands. And in this case, they hand it to them, get the ball, hands of your best players, and let them go do the rest.
That is 2 big pickups to start the drive. 32 on the latest.
Washington Commanders 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 29-yard line.
And it's hardly an exaggeration when I say, Mike, that he's probably one of the most difficult individual assignments in the entire league. It's like playing football against that really good kid in your neighborhood. He's just hard to cover, and plays like this, it just shows how special he can be. Similar to a tight end, the slot receiver is often considered the safety blanket. He makes all the difficult catches, tends to be a little bit more around the line of scrimmage, and so far today, he's certainly lived up to that reputation.
From the 25, here's 2nd and 6. Working out of the gun, it's Daniel. Off he goes. And they're in business now. He is out of bounds inside the 10.
A gain of 17
A great job of knowing when to go. He gets 17 yards on that run and a 1st down.
1st and goal at the 8-yard line.
Mike, this is the element to the position that this guy brings that's just so unique across the league. Not only the speed, but his ability to operate in the open field as a runner. It is hard for a defense to plan for a guy.
Nothing there. He is fortunate just to get back to the line. Now it's 2nd and goal.
No gain on the play. Leads to 2nd and goal at the 8-yard line.
Now a give on the ground. Stop at the 6. That sets up 3rd and goal.
The tackle made at the 6-yard line. A gain of 3 yards. It's now 3rd and goal.
From the shotgun on 3rd down. Daniel.
Yeah, he's trying to make the best of a bad situation here, Mike. Nothing open downfield. He thinks he can tuck it and get it with his legs. He ends up out of bounds, short of the 1st.
From the 2, they're going to go for it here. It is 4th and goal. They'll motion over Samuel. Here it is. is on fourth down. And he's not going anywhere. Stuck behind the line. They have turned it over on down.
You know, more often than not in the NFL, games are won based on who wins critical downs. Well, that fourth down attempt right there was exactly that, and this defense came up huge for a big-time fourth down stop.
The Seahawks offense ready to take over once again. And they're going to hear it from this crowd. They're backed up deep as they start 1st and 10. On play action, here's Darnold. That one down the field, but they cannot connect. And it's incomplete.
I know it fell for an incompletion, but pretty impressive. He was able to push that ball really far downfield as he was being hit. Really says a lot about the arm strength that this quarterback has.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. From the shotgun, here's Darnold. That one swung out wide to Walker. And nice work there after the catch. He's a little short of the first down after a gain of 7.
Brings up 3rd.
There's a lot of ways to get the ball in the hands of your running backs, and it's not always by just handing it to them. In this case, it's a simple check down, picks up a good gain, brings up 3rd down.
3rd and 2. Here we go. Dump this off to Charbonnet, complete, and he is very close to the first down, but eyeball is shy of it. They say it's 4th and inches.
We see teams more and more throw the ball short of the sticks on 3rd down, really for 2 reasons. 1, they're confident that they can pick up the first down with yards after the catch. 2, teams' willingness to go for it on 4th down is at an all-time high.
There's Terry McLaurin and the Commanders' offense heading out for their next possession. And he was unguardable in the first half. You see the numbers as they try to add to those here in the 3rd quarter. Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. And is not going to get too far. Tackled after a gain of just a yard.
2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 22-yard line.
From the 22 now, here's 2nd and 8. They'll motion the slot man right. Throwing on 2nd down. Daniel. Into the hands of Lane. He's got it. Get about 6 before he's taken down.
That's a gain of 6. Makes it 3rd and 2.
The backfield empty here for 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. Here's Daniels. That is incomplete, but there is a flag down. Big call here. It was 3rd down.
Still 3rd down.
Now Daniels. Oh, and that throw not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looked like he may have got a little ahead of himself there. And it's going to bring up 4th down.
And on that 3rd down, they thought an easy way to pick it up and get some positive yards would go to their quick game, but it didn't seem like the receiver and the quarterback were on the same page, and now brings up 4th down.
The Commanders about to send this one away.
The Seahawks take
Well,
over.
Seahawks offense make their way out to take over once more. They need to start making some inroads here. Down 2 scores as they begin this drive with first down. In motion is Barner. This drive starts on the ground with Walker. And he's going to get this to the 37-yard line. They'll gain 17 on that one. A very quick first down.
Seahawks.
The ability to be effective on first down, Mike, it just makes everything else easier. In the event you do have to face a third down the road, they're usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert.
And this time they are ready for it. Thrown for a loss. And it's second down.
On the tackle.
Every team makes an emphasis on winning first down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, second and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
Now, Darnold. Short pass taken in by the tight end. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up third down.
It's a gain of 4, and it's third down.
Darnold to throw. He'll locate Hunt. They get 15 on that game. First down, Seattle.
A gain of 15 yards. And the Seahawks, first down. A gain of 15. And the Seahawks, first down.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage at best. Might have even lost a yard there.
Brings up
Defenses always have to make a decision, Mike. How do they want to defend the zone read? Some teams want the quarterback to keep the ball. They want the ability to tackle the quarterback. Other teams, they want it to be a give read, and that's what we saw here. They were ready for it, and they take the running back down for a loss.
He'll get this complete to Walker. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up third down.
That's a gain of 8. Makes it third and 4.
Here's Darnold. And the rush gets home. He was down. They got him.
Certain guys just have a knack for finding the ball. In a lot of ways, Mike, you can't even really coach it. We've seen him do it all throughout this game today. Fumble recovery, sack. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets his hand on another one and comes down with a pick.
The Seahawks sending out their punt team.
The Commanders take over first and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
They'll begin here on the ground. And he'll push his way ahead for gain of 2. Tyrese Knight
Brought down at the
in on the
23-yard
tackle.
line. It's a pickup of 3. Brings up second and 7.
So we are through 3. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this. from the 23. Here's 2nd and 7. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. Now he'll run. And they'll be set up now. Past the 40 with that one. Taking advantage of the room to run. A gain of 19 on the scramble.
For a Washington first down. 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
We've seen this quarterback have some effective plays with his legs all game today, Mike. He knows when to stay in there and look to pass, but he also knows when it's time to tuck it and go, and he's able to pick up good yardage there.
On 1st and 10, here's Daniels. Oh, the short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. It's a pass you say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up 2nd down. Terry McLaurin, the intended target on that one. And it'll bring up 2nd down. They'll throw with Daniels. To the outside, into the hands of McLaurin. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up 3rd down.
This pitch and catch may have looked routine, but I promise you, Mike, these types of anticipatory throws, especially outside the numbers, they don't occur without countless reps, oftentimes when nobody's even watching.
They'll motion over Samuel. On 3rd down, they'll throw. The pressure gets there. He'll go down. There's a penalty flag down as well. This could very well be a hold.
That penalty is declined.
The Commanders set to kick this one away.
Washington.
As they try to play the field position game here, protecting a 4th quarter lead.
The Seahawks take over.
The Seahawks
1st
offense
and 10
getting their final
at their
instructions
own
before heading
20-yard
back
line.
onto the field. They'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10.
It's 2nd down at the 22-yard line.
Yeah, so I think as you look back over the course of this game, it's really been the inability of this offense, Mike, to create any sort of balanced attack to get anything going. And whether you look at the rushing yards, whether you look at just the points scored, this offense has to find a way going forward to generate more big plays and more balance, both run and pass.
That's good off for Walker. And he's got this up close to the 35-yard
Personal
line.
foul. Roughing the passer, defense. Automatic 1st down.
They'll go play action with Darnold. Oh, a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. It's a pass he say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up 2nd down.
The whole idea of that short pass is designed to get the ball into the hands of the receiver in space and let him do the rest after the catch. But the key word there, Mike, is get the ball into the hands of the receiver. He doesn't secure the catch, so there is no run after.
Our throw here, right side, falls incomplete.
The biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. And sometimes he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. Question is, are they going to be able to overcome this quarterback inconsistency and pull this game out?
That one broken up, It is incomplete. This defensive secondary, they have been really a no-fly zone all game long. It continues here and brings up fourth down.
It's just so hard to be a good offense in the NFL, Mike, when you are not good on third down. Your inability to extend drives, it either puts a lot of pressure on your coaches to be aggressive on fourth down or simply punt or take a field goal. You have to maintain possession and give you more cracks to score touchdowns.
That's going to hit and continue out of bounds just inside the 20-yard line. The Commanders offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. And this defense has got to be at its wits' end, trying to come up with a way to keep him contained. He's had so many opportunities to tuck it and go, and he's turned a number of those into big plays. Up the middle they go. And he'll get 4 here, up to the 24-yard line.
Jaron Reed on the tackle. It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 24-yard line.
2nd and 5. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. That'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the first down.
To Terry McLaurin. It's a gain of 3. Brings up 3rd and 2.
Here's 3rd and 2. Here's Daniel. He'll try to run for it. And he's going to be taken down on the other side of the 50-yard line. A pickup there
It's a gain of 25 yards on the
Good
play.
for a Commanders first down.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line.
Here you are at the end of the game. You need a stop. You find yourself trailing. You have everybody covered, and the quarterback gets loose. Those are the plays that just kill a defensive coordinator. You're about to force a punt, about to get the ball back to your offense. Give credit to the quarterback. He made a play when they needed it.
And they're going to bring him down, but there is a penalty marker on the field. Laramie Tunsil, the big tackle, flagged there.
Still first down.
To throw is Daniels. He'll go right and find his running back.
Great example of first down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play, but put yourself in a friendly second down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
On second down, it's Daniel. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up 3rd down.
That's a gain of 7. Makes it 3rd and 7.
Throwing now, Daniel. He'll try and get there on the ground. And he will have a first down, but I don't think that's going to stand. They're already heading backwards. That one on the center, Tyler Biotis.
Still 3rd down.
So after the 5 yards are walked off, they face 3rd and long. Daniels now going to look to throw. That one too far out in front. It is incomplete.
I think as the offense comes to the sideline now, the quarterback and his wide receivers need to get together and say, hey, guys, what are you seeing out there? How can we find some open targets? Because on that last down, there was nowhere to go with the ball.
We're about ready now for the punt.
Formation for the Commanders.
And And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. The Seahawks offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They'll start out first down and 10. That one is complete. Oh, nice open field tackle there. He could not get free. They're going to stop him for no gain.
Second and 10.
Really well done here by the defense, Mike, executing this zone defense, and they've got to be able to pattern read. You're not just going to drop back to a spot and just play like a robot. Based on what the receivers do off the line, the defenders have different rules of where their zones move to. Well, they had that one dialed in right from the jump, and they were able to stop that play really before it got started.
It's a gain of 6. Makes it 3rd and 4.
They go 5 receivers for 3rd down and 4. Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. This one broken up. It's incomplete. Good job separating the receiver from the ball, and it is 4th down.
4th down.
And that's exactly how you teach it. They want these defenders to time the hit, that right when the ball gets there, you separate the receiver from the ball. And those are the ones on offense, man. You just have to make that catch, Mike. I know it's easier said than done, but you know the hit's coming. You've got to squeeze that thing, brace for impact, and make that play for your offense.
There's Terry McLaurin and the Commanders' offense heading out for their next possession. Their lead is 10. They go back to work, trying to add to it. It begins with first down. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
2 yards on the
I think the days where cornerbacks are either unwilling or unable to be involved in the run game, I think those days are over, Mike. I think when you look around the landscape of today's NFL, yes, you have to cover, but you also have to be able to come up and tackle.
Daniels to throw on second down. He takes off.
Initially, they do a really nice job taking away his first and second read, but what they fail to do is account for him as a runner. He ends up making something positive out of a play that initially didn't look like it had much of a chance.
Here's a 3rd down and 4. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. That is incomplete. Great work to get in there, make things difficult defensively, and it sets up 4th down.
When you get the ball in this situation, what you're looking to do is not only end the drive with a touchdown to put the game away, but you'd love to chew up some clock. So with that incomplete pass now likely putting an end to this series, that's a big opportunity for them to try to close this game out.
Too much leg there. That one's into the end zone for a touchback.
At their own 20-yard line.
Out comes the Seattle offense as they get ready for their next possession. It's a 3 tight end look as they have it 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Walker to start the drive. And a nice run there. He'll be stopped just shy of a 1st down. A pickup of 9.
Brought down at the 30-yard line.
You know the old saying, the more tight ends on the field, the better. And in this case, it worked out perfectly. A lot of big bodies on the field, hat for a hat. Nice job there by the back, picking up a good gain.
2nd and inches. On play action, here's Darnold. Throwing left side there, but it is incomplete.
Intended for Jackson
There's a fine line between trusting your arm and having a little bit too much faith in your arm, right? I think this was one of those situations here, Mike, where there was nowhere to go with the ball. He tries to fit that one in there anyway, and he's lucky that it just falls incomplete.
It's the quarterback with the sneak, and he'll get nothing here. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all.
When done correctly, Mike, this is just such a high percentage call. It's kind of hard to choose another play off your call sheet. It's impossible to defend. You can know it's coming, stack the box, whatever you want to do. But most of the time, they'll just drive forward and pick up the first down.
Off the play fake, here's Darnold. That one swung out wide to Walker. Nice gain on first down, but the penalty flags come in.
Offense.
And the question now, will the play stand?
Still first down.
From the shotgun, here's Darnold. A throw on the move is caught. And they're going to move the ball all the way up to the 45-yard line.
24 yards.
Great run after the catch in the open field. A pickup of 24.
1st and 10 at the 45-yard line.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
And he's going to be taken down at the 30-yard line.
26 more yards.
That one good for 26 yards.
Seahawks first
The
down.
defender has to do a better job here, Mike, of getting depth. He wants to elevate that ball to give his secondary defender a chance to make a play. He gets too much width, not enough depth, and a quarterback like this is going to take advantage.
That one out of the reach of the receiver's outstretched arms. It is incomplete. Cooper Kupp was the intended receiver. And it'll be 2nd down.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on first down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. You can keep it in the air and try to get the first down here. There was the idea to just make 3rd down manageable and take your chances picking up a key 3rd down.
That's a gain of 3. It's 3rd and 7.
Have to get this to the 20. Here's 3rd down. Throwing, Darnold is looking for room on the edge, but could not find any. They track him down behind the line. And it's 4th down.
Brings up 4th down.
Man, what a big-time play here by the corner. It feels like he knew that play was coming before the ball was even snapped. You can see he sticks his foot in the ground and bursts. He ends that play before it even has a chance to get started.
Jason Myers
Pressure's
for the
on.
Seahawks field
Here's
goal.
the veteran, Jason
a
Myers.
46-yard attempt.
This to get back to a 1-possession game. And this one is going to run out of steam. This is short. It's no good.
Foul.
And this will remain a 2-possession game. So a big mistake there. Roughing call on the field goal try. It gives them an automatic first down. Darnold now to throw. He'll get this out to his running back. He's not going to get too far. Tackled after a gain of just a yard.
What an advantage it brings a defense when you have cornerbacks that are such willing tacklers. It just brings an extra element to the ability to defend the entire field. And this is a great example here why.
It is 2nd and 9. Operating from the gun, it's Darnold. The Seahawks are going to be set up with a first and goal on a pass play that moves them down to the 1.
A gain of 12 yards.
And this is what the offense needed. Now, after that last completion, you still trail here in the fourth quarter. You need scores, and you need scores fast, so they cannot take their time. I wouldn't be surprised to get them right back up on the line of scrimmage and try to score here now that it's first and goal.
Walker. No, he's not going to get in. In fact, they've shoved him backwards.
Down by Bobby Wagner.
Their ground game ends up failing at the exact moment, Mike, where they're needed the most.
At the
1 yard to the goal line, that's prime opportunity. Finish the drive, take the lead, but instead, they go backwards.
To throw is Darnold. And he's forced to just get rid of it here. Now they're going to have to regroup and try again on third and goal.
At this stage of the game, things haven't been going your way, so one more mistake, it could just be too much to overcome. So a nice decision there. Just throw it away out of bounds and give your team a fighting chance.
They'll try and throw. Here's Darnold. He'll get this complete to Walker. And he's going to be taken down with a penalty flag back in the backfield. Is it a hold or did they rough the quarterback? So now then, first and goal from the 1. Darnold. They'll try to set up the screen here with Walker. And he will score! Game on! Kenneth Walker. Touchdown, Seahawks. Greg, they are pecking away at this one now. Very big touchdown. Gets them right within reach of pulling this comeback off.
Well, Mike, at the very least, they've given themselves a chance, but can they get a stop and get the ball back again for a chance to go down and really make this one interesting?
Myers now to add the PAT. The kick is good. Important extra point. The difference is just 3. A field goal here in the fourth quarter.
13.
So they've cut into the lead. Now just a field goal behind as they kick it off. On the return, here's Luke McCaffrey. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line.
On the return.
Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over.
At their own
they lead by a field goal as they go to work with a 1st and 10. It's Chris Rodriguez. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all. Now Seattle going to use the first of their timeouts. And they'll get together prior to the second down play. His defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
A 2-yard
timeout Seahawks. That is their second.
It's 3rd and 11.
Talk things over before 3rd down. From the shotgun on 3rd down. Daniels taking off. He'll try to get there. Now Seattle will use the final timeout. They'll be disappointed there after giving up the first first down.
Washington first down. 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line.
The motion man here is McClure. He's not going to get too far. Tackled after a gain of just a yard.
He was tackled at the 46-yard line. A gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 9.
From the 46, here's 2nd and 9. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. That one knocked away. It is incomplete. Very good job defensively. Stayed right with him and will bring up 3rd down.
And at this stage of the game, it's both teams that are really seeing who can make the big play to swing the game in their favor. And this time, it's the defense. He's able to get his hands on it. Mike, I think they're lucky he wasn't able to get both hands on it because it could have been even a bigger play.
On 3rd down, they'll throw with Daniels. He'll step up and run. He'll be stopped here short of the 1st down marker. Penalty flag is out as well.
And
now the punting unit will come off
for the Commanders.
That's going to be out of bounds, no return.
The Seahawks take
and
over.
The drive's going to start just inside the 20-yard line.
18-yard line.
The Seahawks offense and Kenneth Walker ready to take over once more. And he has put in a full game's work and then some. Just an incredible performance on the ground to this point in the 4th quarter. This is 1st and 10. They'll drop to throw. That's complete. It's Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's going to have this one up near the 28.
A gain of 10 yards.
It's a nice start to the drive. A gain of 10 and a quick first down.
All right, this is a good start. Plays like these are definitely going to help as you work your way into scoring range. While you have to be wary of the clock and keep an eye on it, they should have plenty of time here to finish this drive.
And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. A pickup there of 13. It's good for a Seahawks first down.
First down.
And now, after that catch, they've got a chance here late, Mike. They've got enough time to try to move this thing down. I think they can win the game on this possession.
To the middle, it's Cup. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line.
That's
Give them 12 on that one. They are on the march. Another first down.
First down, Seahawks.
Darnold to the air once more. He's going to keep it himself.
Darnold on the scramble. A gain of 2. Brings up 2nd and 8 at the Commanders' 44-yard line.
Here's 2nd down. Now Darnold. Get this complete to Horton. And he's got about 5 on this one before he's out of bounds. And they're set up a little bit better for 3rd down.
3rd down.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football.
For the field goal.
Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect.
The Commanders will signal for the first of their timeouts. We'll talk things over before third down. Pressure's on. Here's the veteran, Jason Myers.
For the Seahawks field goal.
This to force overtime. And this one is going to run out of steam. This is short. It's no good. And the missed kick is going to cost them the game.
Seahawks 13.
Well, that's just part of the game, unfortunately. You work hard to get yourself in position that you can tie it late with a field goal. But he just can't connect, and that's just a tough way to lose a game. There's no doubt about it.
Victory formation, defense powerless to stop. So it's a win here for the Commanders. They use a little home cooking here. They play a complete football game.
Jason
Mike
Myers
Tirico alongside Greg Olsen, and Jason Myers has a set to get started. Off we go on Sunday Night Football. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive.
First and 10.
So here come the Commanders, and they are led by the Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2024. Greg, it was such a good rookie campaign for Jaden Daniels out of LSU.
I always like studying quarterbacks in year two. I think rookie year, there can either be a lot of growth, right? There's the biggest ability to take that jump, but there's also some struggles you have to work through. In year two, a full offseason, really understanding the playbook. Things have kind of slowed down for you. I feel like year two is a really good indicator of what long-term success looks like for any young quarterback.
And he slides and covers up at the end, avoids the hit, and picked up decent yardage along the way.
Take a look at his eyes. You can see the quarterback clearly going through all of his progressions, and he's quick to realize there's nowhere to go with this ball. He makes the right decision and gets out of there, picks up some good yardage, and gets down on the ground.
They'll run here with the rookie. He is met and dropped. 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
And after that negative run, I think this changes the play call now on third down. So this offensive line has to be a lot better on first and second down to gain positive yards. Stay on track, because you don't want to be in third and pass too often in today's NFL.
From the shotgun, it's Daniel. This one just too far for the receiver out in front of him. That one falls incomplete.
Remember what they told us, Mike, leading up to this game. They said it is so critical for us to find success, especially on third down. We want to maintain possession, extend these drives. Well, the first crack comes up and they fail through the air, and we're going to have to regroup and be able to have better success throughout the remainder of this game.
So the drive will end there, and on comes Tress Way to punt on fourth down. And he didn't give the Gunners a chance to get down there and make a play for him. It's into the end zone and a touchback. Seahawks come out, and they are led by a new quarterback, Sam Darnold. From USC, he's bounced around for his first 7 seasons. This is 5th different franchise as he starts year 8 in the NFL. And Greg, it's year 1 with the Seahawks.
Sometimes we can make NFL football so complicated, Mike. There's different schemes, the personnel, different approaches to how to play the game. But when it all comes down to it, the best teams in the league, they simply just find a way.
Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down. Deron Payne. He's in for the sack. It's going to be a loss of 8 to begin the drive.
We met with them the other day, Mike, and the offensive coordinator, he went out of his way
he was adamant that they felt really good early in this game. There was a lot of things on this opening script they could do to attack this defense. Well, needless to say, I don't think giving up a sack on the first play was what he had in mind. And now they face a 2nd and long. They got to get back on track.
And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
A 2-yard gain on the play. And it's 3rd down.
Darnold to throw. Get this out wide. And he'll be stopped short of a 1st down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's 4th down.
4th down.
Even though they gave up that last completion, Mike, that's a really good drive there for this defense. I mean, from the beginning, on those early downs, keeping them from staying ahead of the chains, put them in a tough 3rd down situation, and now it brings up 4th down, and looks like they're going to get off the field.
And he couldn't get this one to check up. It'll keep bouncing into the end zone. It's a touchback.
20-yard line.
The Commanders' offense ready now for their 2nd drive. They had a disappointing quick 3-and-out on that opening drive. So they'll try it again here in a scoreless game with 1st and 10. Closes quickly. He stopped after a gain of a yard. Devin Witherspoon up from the secondary to make the play.
2 yards on the pickup.
So these, Mike, are the body blow runs. They're not big gains. They're nothing fancy. But they really set that physical tone for the rest of the game where now a good play caller can use some of these early runs to set up something a little bit bigger down the road.
They'll stick with him again. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play.
This play here, Mike, is just all about the get-off of the defensive line. Watch how fast they go when that ball is snapped. Nowhere for this running back except to go down for a loss.
A tough spot here. 3rd and long. To throw is Daniels. In trouble, and he's going to be taken down.
And these are the type of splash plays that can have an impact, especially as the game goes on. So offensive line has to do a better job to make sure that they have this protection shored up and that this isn't a sign of things to come.
On comes the punter now, as he'll hit this from just outside of his own goal line. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and come out to the 20-yard line. The Seahawks offense ready for their 2nd possession. They were 3-and-out first time around. They'll begin anew here in this scoreless game. It's 1st and 10. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Tight end motioning left. The first carry for the Seahawks. Kenneth Walker. And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5.
He was taken down by Jartavius Martin. It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4 at the 26-yard line.
So, from the 26-yard line, here's 2nd and 4. We'll keep it on the ground and keep it with Walker. And this is going to be a Seahawks 1st down as he gets this one up past the 30.
A 5-yard gain.
It just seems like every time this guy touches the ball, he makes something happen. And not all of his runs are always going to be positive. He's kind of one of those guys that's going to get a 0, a 1, a 2. But it's the home run threat. It's the big plays that really tip the scales in your favor. And when you can generate those big explosive plays on the ground, man, it makes such a big difference for the offense.
And he's going to be dragged down, but not until he's inside the 25.
It's a gain of 48 yards.
A big play for Seattle. A gain of 48.
Both pre-snap and post-snap. This is about as well done as you can do at the quarterback position. Get in and out of the right call, identifying the holes along the back end, and then the throw. You can't put it in a better spot. I mean, that's just a big-time play.
They run with Walker. And he'll get about 6 out of that one before being forced out of bounds.
Out of bounds at the 15-yard line. A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4.
They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Dump this off to Charbonnet, complete. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third down.
And it's third down.
We'll try and run it with Walker. But he goes nowhere. Call doesn't pan out. It's going to bring up fourth down.
Well, we have an early decision here, Mike. How aggressive does this coach want to be on this fourth down try? I think you got to keep your offense out there. You have a prime opportunity to take the fight to them, extend this drive, and hopefully be able to come away with points.
Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. That is incomplete. Oh, they elected to throw a fourth and short. It does not work out. They turn it over on down.
Result of the play is a
The Commanders' offense ready to take over once more. They'll begin inside their own 15-yard line. So a lot of real estate to cover. It's 1st and 10. They'll begin here on the ground. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe he gets a yard out of that one. It's 2nd down.
15-yard line. 1-yard gain brings up 2nd and 9.
On the give, it's McNichol. And he nearly got free. But as it is, gain of 6. And it sets up third down.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
Throwing is Daniel. He tried to fit in the slant, and it was intercepted. And he's going to give his offense a short field to work with as they look for their first points of the game.
So not a lot of yards on the return, Mike, but that's okay. The number one thing, end up with the ball in your hands. And in this case, mission accomplished, and his guys are headed off the field to celebrate.
The Seahawks offense ready to get back at it. They start with outstanding field position, trying to get the first points of this game. It'll be 1st and 10. The run up the middle, it's Walker. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
At the 29-yard line. A gain of a yard brings up 2nd and 9.
Here's a 2nd and 9 now from the 29. Here's Darnold. The pass rush gets home, and he goes down.
Also 6 yards.
The best thing they did here, Mike, is keep their rush lane integrity. What that means is you have to rush the quarterback as a unit. Keep him in the pocket. Keep him on that X. And when you do, man, he becomes a sitting duck for this pass rush.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. He'll look to throw. Outright Smith and Jigba has it. And they were hoping for a little more on that one. Brought down well short of the first. So it'll bring up 4th down. Shotgun run now with Walker. And that's good run support on the edge. Nice tackle out wide. That'll hold him to a gain of 2.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 13-yard line.
2nd down, they need 7. Now they'll set up to throw. Oh, in trouble, and down he goes. Deron Payne getting in to drop him. It's a loss of 6. And it's 3rd down.
If there's one positive remaining, it's the fact that they're still in scoring position. But with the way they've been able to move the ball down here in the red zone, they're thinking 6. But after that last sack, their chances of converting here for a touchdown have gotten a lot more difficult.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. From the shotgun, here's Darnold. The pressure gets there again, and again he goes down.
If you can't protect the quarterback in the NFL, you might as well just throw your entire playbook in the garbage. Everything starts there. And with the amount this quarterback's been hit and taken down here in the first quarter, are we confident that we're going to be able to even see him in the game come the second?
On 4th down, the veteran Jason Myers for the Seattle field goal.
45-yard attempt.
Spotted at the 35, this a 45-yard attempt. And that one not going to have enough legs behind it. Not by a long shot. It is no good. The Commanders' offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. From the 35, it's 1st and 10. They'll motion over Samuel. Play action. Here's Daniels. That one is brought in by Terry McLaurin.
Complete to number 17.
They were able to connect on the comeback. I don't think it was really well executed. This is a deeper route. This receiver's got to push his depth before his break a little bit more downfield. They'll take the completion, but they were hoping to get a little bit more with that one.
From the 41, here's 2nd down and 4. Going back in the backfield. He'll get the carry here. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line. It's a pickup of 12.
That's
1st down, Washington.
And these are the explosive runs that open everything up. There's all this conversation about the value of the run game, but when you take a look at the best running teams, Mike, it's not necessarily how many yards they run for, it's how many big plays do they generate on the ground. And when you can generate big plays on the ground, it makes everything so much more difficult for the defense.
It's a pickup of
Mike, early in my time in Carolina, we were kind of on the forefront of this NFL zone read revolution. Cam Newton, one of the best to ever do it. I have seen up close and personal, when you run the zone read the right way, it is a nightmare for a defense to defend.
From the gun, they'll try to run it. And they'll take this down inside the 35. A pickup of 12 yards.
A gain of
good
12
for
yards.
a Commanders first down.
That's good for a Washington.
The trend around the league, Mike, is that we've seen that running back has really turned into a young man's game. And there's something to be said for having some fresh legs, fresh out of college. They love the dynamic ability this guy brings to their rushing attack. And it's clear why.
And he'll get maybe a yard. That's it. Reek Wood brings him down.
Tariq Woolen on the tackle. A gain of 2. Brings up 2nd and 8 at the 30-yard line.
Ball on the 30 now. Here's 2nd and 8. Working out of the gun, it's Daniel. That's into the hands of Lane. He's got it.
To Jalen Lane. A gain of 4 brings up 3rd and 4.
Here's a 3rd down and 4. They'll throw with Daniel. He'll try to run for it. And he will have the Commanders' first down. They wind up gaining 8 on 3rd and 4.
9 yards. That's another Washington Commanders first down. 1st and 10 at the 17-yard line.
This is an element that defensively you always have to be ready to defend. You can't just accept that it's a pass and be so consumed with the receivers downfield. You have to account for the quarterback as a scrambler. You can see why, as he's able to get out of the pocket and pick up first down.
He's fighting to get back to the line of scrimmage, but can't get there. Drop for the loss of a yard.
It's a loss of a yard.
You have to wonder if next time does the play caller give his quarterback some options to check out of this play. It was clear before the ball was snapped. This was not a great look for that play call, and you can see the end result.
Throwing on 2nd down. Daniel. Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him.
By
Jaron Reed
brings up
getting
3rd
through
down.
there to drop him for a loss of 6.
Defense came out in a soft zone, and I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, he ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get into the backfield and bring him down.
3rd and a long way to go. We're going to put a man in motion to the right. 3rd and long. And here's Daniel. Has caught. That's Lane. And he will have a first down, but I don't think that's going to stand. They're already heading backwards. On 4th down, the Commanders send out Matt Gay to try the field goal. That one is good. And the Commanders are out to an early 3-0 lead.
Seahawks nothing.
And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
So after the field goal to open up the scoring, the kicker's back out for this kickoff. From the 6, here comes a return. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line.
At their own
The Seahawks offense ready to see what they can do. On play action, here's Darnold. This one not quite on target. Too much. That one falls incomplete.
There was no hesitation from the quarterback. From the jump, he knew where he wanted to go with that ball, but still leads to an incompletion. They're just still not quite on the same page.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Darnold. And he'll just bite the bullet and throw this one away. That was a good idea. Didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up 3rd down.
3rd
They just have to be more creative with their route concepts, Mike. I mean, there's nobody open, nowhere to go with the ball, and quarterback's just forced to throw that one away.
Throwing on third down is Darnold. That is caught. He finds Walker. They picked up 17 through the air. First down, Seattle.
First down. First and 10 at the 42-yard line.
These third down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on third down.
That's to the rookie from Miami, Elijah Arroyo. Give him 15 more on that one. They are on the move. It's a first down.
Seahawks first down. First and 10 at the 43-yard line.
So we are through one here on Sunday Night Primetime. It's the Commanders with the early lead. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. So they come to the line for first down and 10. Seahawks football beginning this second quarter as they've got it with first and 10. And a good job following his blockers, a gain of 7. It'll be second down.
Brings up second and 2 at the 35-yard line.
Once again, it's Walker. He'll take this for a couple, but the official signal, he has enough. First down.
Of 3 yards.
Well, here's where you really see the value of having a good runner. Third and short, fourth and short. The ability to just keep it simple, win up front, turn around, hand the ball to your back, and to say, okay, more likely than not, we're going to get a fresh set of downs, maintain possession, and now continue to find opportunities to go generate points.
He'll get this complete to Cooper Kupp. And they're going to bring him down, but there is a penalty marker on the field. Darnold. That one just too far out in front, and it's incomplete. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Work to do now as they come up on second and long. Throwing, Darnold. Short pass taken in by the tight end.
Complete to Elijah Arroyo. 5 yards on the play. And it's third down.
Third and long. Now Darnold. He'll take a shot here, back of the end zone. And that is incomplete. But a penalty flag is down. Let's see who they got. So they send out Jason Myers for this field goal. This one from 54 yards out. And that one not going to get there. And it's wide to the left as well.
That keeps
It's
makes
no
the
good.
score.
But Commanders offense ready to get back to work. They'll look to build on their 3-0 lead as this drive starts with a first and 10. Here's Daniels. That one's out of the reach of the receiver's outstretched arms. It is incomplete.
You know, there's a rule that's pretty simple when you're running routes against zone coverage, Mike, and it's as simple as if you're open, stay open. Instead, you see the receiver here, he ends up running to a covered window, and it just clouds the vision of the quarterback. Instead of throwing into a wide open target, he's now forced to throw into a contested area.
His receiver on the in-cut. He's got it. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down.
7. Brings up 3rd and 3.
Third down and 3. From the shotgun on 3rd down. Daniels. And he will not quite get to the marker. Good job there defensively. And now, decision time. What are you going to do on 4th down?
It's 4th down.
Mike, I don't really even think this is much of a conversation. On the plus side of the 50, I think you've got to keep your offense on the field, stay aggressive, and try to maintain possession. You get field position like this, you want to make sure this drive ends with some sort of points.
This is going to get out of bounds inside the 15-yard line.
At their own 13-yard line.
Out comes the Seattle offense as they get ready for their next possession. Darnold to throw on 1st down. He's taken in by Horton. And they're going to get him down right at the 25. They'll get 11 there. And that's a quick first down.
First down.
This is what every offense looks to do, Mike. They want to attack the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. And oftentimes, that's where the chunk plays come. Give it to your receiver on the move and let them do the rest.
He'll pick up 2 out to the 27.
Seahawk ball carrier. He was tackled at the 27-yard line. A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7.
They face 2nd down and 7. They'll go play action with Darnold. Brings it in left side. And he'll be brought down, but not before they get this all the way up near midfield.
And the Seahawks.
First catch there for Cup. And he's got a first down.
At the 49-yard line.
Well, it goes without saying. You want to play wide receiver in the NFL, Mike. How well can you change directions? How fast can you get your body from one direction to another? And you can cut like this guy. I'm not sure how you go.
And a nice run there on 1st down, getting 8. Setting up 2nd and 2.
8 yards on the pickup.
And as of right now, they find themselves trailing at the moment, but it's certainly not because of the ground game. I mean, he's averaging over 4 yards per carry. Just hasn't been enough to overcome some of their shortcomings elsewhere.
Off the play fake, it's Darnold. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And they'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down.
That's another Seahawks.
Nothing a quarterback loves more, Mike, than being able to pick up a first down without being forced to push the ball downfield and force it past the line to gain. He settles for the underneath check down. He's confident that his receiver is going to pick up the rest after the catch.
And he'll be met in the backfield and drop behind the line of scrimmage.
We typically see the big guys up front, Mike, make plays at the line. But every so often, he's able to drive through, get in the backfield, and take them down for a loss.
After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. To throw is Darnold. They'll try to set up the screen here with Walker. And he's going to be out of bounds but they are in the red zone, inside the 20.
It's a gain of 22
yards. The pickup there. It's good for a Seahawks first down.
First
It's
and
like a
10 at the
textbook,
19-yard line.
methodical, efficient NFL drive. 4 for 4 throwing the ball, mixing in some run. You're just marching the ball downfield at your will, and they get a fresh set of downs now to see if they can convert this nice drive into some points.
This defense, this one, they get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
Brings up
Some defensive ends specialize in getting after the quarterback. Some defensive ends specialize in run game. This guy can really make an impact on both, as we saw here for that tackle for loss.
Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Frankie Luvu.
And that's going to be a deflating end to what's been a really long and a really good drive, Mike. I mean, the way they're moving the ball, points almost felt inevitable. And all it takes is the defense to just hunker in and make one play of their own. And now they get to head back to the sideline with that lead still intact.
On the zone read, here's Daniel. Probably should have given that one up. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's
the tackle
all.
made by Julian Love. 1-yard gain brings up 2nd and 9 at the 13-yard line.
Here's 2nd and 9. Up the middle they go. And you'll get them 5 yards closer, but now 3rd down coming up.
Tyrese Knight on the tackle. That's a gain of 6. Brings up 3rd and 3.
From the shotgun, it's Daniel. That'll be taken in by Krosky Merritt. And he's going to have the first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down. Throwing now, Daniel. That's going to be incomplete. But now a marker comes flying in late behind the line of scrimmage. Might we get a roughing the passer call here? They'll come up here, 1st and 10. The motion man here is McClure. And he'll be met in the backfield and dropped behind the line of scrimmage.
Number 1 rule of run blocking for the offensive line is you don't want to allow penetration. It just doesn't give your running back any angles to cut and find the hole. It's exactly how it played out here. They've got to do a better job holding the line of scrimmage and not getting pushed back.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. Working out of the gun, it's Daniel. That's caught downfield. McLaurin brings it in. A big play there for Washington. 35 yards.
First down.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
Oh, a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass he say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up 2nd down.
Unfortunately, Mike, over my career, I've been in this guy's shoes plenty of times, probably more than I wish to admit. You take your eyes off the ball. You think about becoming a runner before securing the catch, and when you do that, you end up watching the ball fall to the ground.
And he won't get away. Good open catch there to get him down behind the line.
Taken down back at the 15-yard line.
good drive now faces a tough conversion. It is 3rd and long. The throw is Daniels. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up 4th down.
It's 4th down.
Matt Gay coming on for this field goal try. This about as short as you can get. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Commanders, on the strength of 2 field goals, take a 6-0 lead.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
After the field goal, back out is Gay to kick this one off. This will be returned from the 6. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line.
Their own 23-yard
line. The Seahawks offense and Kenneth Walker ready to take over once more. And he's been a big component of the passing game so far. You see the numbers here in the first half. This defense will need to find a way to key in on him because he's eating them up right now. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin 1st and 10. Smith in Jigba, the man in motion. Darnold then on 1st and 10. That's complete. It's JSN.
Complete to number 11, Jackson Smith and Jigba. 2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 25-yard line.
From the 25, here's 2nd and 8. Off the play fake. Here's Darnold. Dump this off to Charbonnet, complete. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple, and it sets up 3rd down.
It's a gain of 2 yards, and it's 3rd down.
From the shotgun, here's Darnold. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
I can guarantee you that interception he threw on the previous drive, that's still in the back of his mind. You got to know when to take a chance, and you got to know when to just throw the ball away and live for the next down.
Michael
All
Dixon
set to kick this one away.
Seahawks.
He's on for the 2nd time and wouldn't mind a carbon copy of that first kick. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. They work with a 6-point advantage as they start this drive on 1st and 10. They'll go play action here with Daniels. Now a shot downfield for Samuel. And he can't hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up 2nd down.
He's just unable to secure the catch through the contact, and really nice job timing that hit up by the defense. And at this point, all you can do is get up, get back in the huddle, and hope your quarterback gives you another shot.
And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage.
These are the impact plays that this linebacker is capable of, Mike. Not only dissecting and determining where the ball was going, but then to shoot through the line of scrimmage and make this tackle for a loss. That's a big-time play by a really good player.
They come to the line needing 11 here on 3rd down. And they'll be stopped short of the 1st down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team.
It's a 4-yard gain.
That's just one of those drives that was out of whack from the start, Mike. They just couldn't get anything going on the early downs, and they'll most likely punt the ball away and hope that their defense can do the same thing and get them the ball back.
And he didn't get the check he was hoping for in that one. That goes into the end zone, and it's a touchback.
20-yard line.
The Seahawks offense and Kenneth Walker ready to take over once more. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Off the bootleg. Here's Darnold. That one on target to Collins. And he'll get about 8 on that one. Most of it coming after the catch. It's 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 28-yard line.
Darnold now to throw. And he's going to go down yet again. He has been under fire all game long.
A loss of 5 yards.
Eddie Goldman in there for a loss of 5 on the sack. And now it's 3rd down.
Mike, this isn't real complicated. You're just not going to win a lot of NFL games when you continue to give up sacks at the rate that they are. I mean, this is just a complete disaster for this offensive line, and if they don't get it fixed, this game could be a runaway.
Got to get it to the 30. Here comes 3rd down. Operating from the gun, it's Darnold. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. Pickup of the 11 yards on that one. 1st down, Seattle.
1st down.
It takes a certain guy in that slot position to be willing and able to go across the middle of the defense on those in-breaking routes. You can tell this guy, he doesn't care. He is fearless going across the middle, and he's able to secure a nice catch.
Now this is going to be a design run. They let him keep it.
Darnold on the keeper. 4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6 at the 38-yard line.
From the 38 now, here's 2nd and 6. Straight ahead, it's Walker. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that.
Taken down right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
2 minutes remain.
It's
here in this first half.
6.
We'll be back just outside the nation's capital after this. 3rd and 6. Darnold. Pass is completed to Cup. And he puts his head down and he picks up the first down.
8. That's good for a Seahawks 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line.
Now Darnold. That one, it's on target, but it goes as an incompletion. Looked like he had that one in his grasp, but unable to hold on, and it will be 2nd down.
As this offense continues to put anything together and score some points, they need to just take a step back. Then they say, okay, we've struggled here in the first half, putting points on the scoreboard. Don't worry about chasing points. Let's chase 1st downs. Let's chase completions. Just start building something small. And oftentimes when you take that approach, it snowballs, and next thing you know, you find your groove. So anytime you decide to blitz, the hope is that the secondary can hold up long enough to allow the extra pressure guys to get to the quarterback. But when you don't get to the quarterback and he's able to get the ball on time and in rhythm, there are holes in the back end, and we're able to pick up the 1st down.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Darnold to the air once more. Oh, a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass you say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up second down.
Now second and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Anytime you see a receiver at this level miss a ball that easy, it's just concentration. They just take it for granted. All of a sudden, they're thinking about what their next move is or what they're going to do after the catch. And instead of just focusing on first things first, secure the catch, put the ball away, then become a runner.
And he's able to take this for good yardage before sliding and hitting the deck to end the play.
Third and inches.
Well, that scramble is ultimately going to end up short of the first down, Mike, but it's going to help quite a bit. That's a great job by the quarterback. Just taking what the defense gives you, get downfield, pick up good yardage.
Third and short yardage, and here's Darnold. That one too far out in front. It is incomplete.
Just a couple plays ago, Mike, it felt like a touchdown was kind of inevitable. They were doing everything they wanted as they marched the length of the field, and then as they got down here close to the red zone and that field condenses, they started getting sloppy in their execution. Now, what do they do on fourth down? Do they try to keep their offense out there and extend the drive, or do they settle for 3?
They'll try it now with Walker. And he's going to have the Seahawks first down. Good work there on 4th and 1. They get 7 to move the chain.
That's another Seahawks first down. First and goal at the 9-yard line.
One final throw before the break. He's got it at the 3. To the goal line and in. Cooper Kupp. Touchdown, Seattle.
And that's a bit of a gamble, but I really like the aggressive play call. Understanding here before the half, we don't want 3. We're trying to come away with 6, and he foregoes the field goal try. They take a shot in the end zone, and they come away with a touchdown.
And he will be out of bounds. There is a penalty marker on the field, so let's see what that is all about. Halftime coming up, and we'll take you down to Scott Hanson for the EA Sports Halftime Report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Scott Hanson here with an abridged version of the halftime report. Both offenses still trying to find their way. Tight, competitive game, though, as we are tied at the half. To find out who will come out on top, let's rejoin our broadcast team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Matt Gay to kick
First
off
half
for
played out a
Washington.
bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. They'll get this up past the 20. That's where they'll set up shop.
First and 10.
The Seahawks offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. A low-scoring game, all tied. Third quarter, and a touchdown here could go a long way. See if they can get it on this drive. First and 10. That's how quick it's coming on the RPO. We'll get it up 4 here as he is taken down.
A gain of 5 brings up second and 5 at the 26-yard line.
So, from the 26-yard line, here is second down and 5. Here's Darnold. This one into the hands of Smith and Jigba. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line.
13
Call
yards
it
on the
a
play.
gain of 13. It's good for a Seahawks first down.
First and 10 at the 40-yard line.
Off the play fake, it's Darnold. Huff brings it in left side. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up second and 5.
Brings up
so they have these rules for the receivers, Mike. They call them green grass rules. And the idea is if you're running across the field and you're looking at the quarterback, you're going to stay on the run. If you're not looking at the quarterback, that tells him, I'm going to sit in this soft zone. I'm going to, what they call, punch and pivot and stop. And that tells the quarterback to put the ball on your chest. That nonverbal communication between the receiver and the quarterback, recognizing when you're open, stay open, that's the stuff that makes a lot of these offenses so difficult to defend.
Throwing on third down is Darnold. And over the middle and take it in. He's got it. Taking advantage of that running ability. Gain of 17 and a first down.
That's good for a Seahawks first down. First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
They hit another 17. Back-to-back plays of 17 yards. And another first down. First and 10. From the gun, here's the give to Walker. This time the sledding becomes a little more difficult. They're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage.
A gain of a yard brings up second and 9 at the Commanders' 20-yard line.
From the 20, here's second and 9. We'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up third down.
It's a gain of 4. Brings up third and 6.
Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. Taking off, he'll try to get there. And he's close to the goal line. He won't have the touchdown, but he does pick it up on third down.
The defensive line has to do a better job of contain rushing, especially on third down. Like, you can't rush one-on-one. You have to rush as a unit. Keep the quarterback in the pocket, and when you let him get loose, this is what's going to happen.
Charbonnet trying to find a crease in that massive humanity, but he's going to come up short
of the goal line.
We're seeing such an uptick, Mike, across the league in these hybrid kind of positionless defenders, especially safety. So are they a safety? Are they a linebacker? They're good in both coverage. And in this case, they can play near the line of scrimmage and still make plays on the ground.
The pressure gets home. He's lost the football. The Commanders come up with it. He's to midfield.
Don't you just love when you get a chance to see the big guys run the ball? It takes them back to their glory days. Every one of these guys at some point when they were younger was a running back. And they might not get the ball a lot, but when they do, they try to take advantage of it. He was able to go back for a big return. Doesn't get 6, but I think it's going to take him a minute there on the sideline to catch his breath.
The Commanders' offense trotting back out for their first involvement of this second half. They'll start in outstanding field position, looking for a way to break our tie. Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. Now good up the middle. He'll try to get back to the line, but it's not happening. Gonna lose a yard.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on 1st down, but that's exactly the case here.
Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Off the play fake, here's Daniels. That'll be taken in on Krosky-Merritt. A big play there on 2nd down, but we do have a flag on the field, and that's in an area where usually this play gets erased. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. To the outside, into the hands of McClure. That'll be good for 11 yards, still short of the 1st down marker, and 3rd down coming up.
3rd and 10.
Just a really good play design that time, Mike, from the offensive coordinator. They match up one of the most explosive playmakers in the NFL with a hook curl defender, and he's just not able to match up with one of the best route runners in the league.
This one just too far for the receiver. Out in front of him. That one falls incomplete.
This pains me to say, Mike, because I love the idea of feeding the tight end, but you can only go his way so many times if it's not going to result in positive outcomes. So wouldn't be surprised to see him try to get his backs, his wide receivers, get some other guys involved, and then later in the game, go back to his big tight end.
And that one not going to have enough legs behind it. Not by a long shot. It is no good. The Seahawks offense and Kenneth Walker ready to take over once more. Travel start on the ground. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
At the 42.
Quarterbacks are drafted for their coverage ability. We see it year in and year out. Teams want to fortify their pass defense. But when they can come up in run support, it's just an added bonus for a defense. And this young rookie, he was one of the best picks available last year's draft, and we can see why.
So they go backwards on 1st down. Here's 2nd and 13. Here's a handoff to Walker. And it'll be a pickup of 3. So 3rd down, forthcoming.
45-yard line. A 3-yard pickup. And it's 3rd down.
To throw is Darnold. This is intercepted. That's the veteran linebacker, Bobby Wagner.
I think when he goes back and watches this film, that's certainly going to be a ball he wishes he could get back. He puts a little too much air on it, and they're able to make a play, and they get themselves off the field.
The Commanders' offense ready to get back at it. Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. From the shotgun, it's a give up the middle. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1.
Brings up 2nd and 11.
Looked like that might have been an RPO, a run-pass option. The quarterback has the ability to put the ball in the belly of the running back or pull it on the pass. Looked like he might have been better off pulling that one because he handed it off, and there was nowhere for that running back to go.
Right side. Catch made by McLaurin.
Complete to number 17, Terry McLaurin. It's a gain of 3. Brings up 3rd and 8.
Third, they need 8. From the shotgun on 3rd down. Daniels. 15 yards through the air. First down, Washington.
15 yards. And a Washington first down. First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way. Every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now on that field, there's no mistaking who it is.
And he'll be run out of bounds. It's a good gain. On first down, they pick up 7 yards.
Out of bounds.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
So, from the 37, here's second down and 2. Off the zone read, Daniels gonna hang on to it. Nothing doing there. He'll go down behind the line.
Brought down back at the 43-yard line.
The decision whether to keep the ball or to hand it to the back happens so fast. In this case, the quarterback thinks it was a keep read. The defense was there ready to stop him. Tackle for loss.
They're going to try to pick this up on 3rd and 8. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. He'll try and get there on the ground. And they'll finally run him down, but he takes it inside the 10-yard line.
It's a gain of 35.
A big play there.
That's
on
good
the scramble. 35 yards.
First down.
What I like the most here is just the decision that when he wants to be a runner, he commits to being a runner, and he's able to weave his way downfield, pick up the first down, sets up 1st and goal.
A run on 1st and goal. He'll be wrapped up there down at the 3-yard line.
The ball carrier. The tackle made at the 3-yard line. A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and goal.
Now here's 2nd and goal. They'll motion over Samuel. Show can't sweep and instead run it up the middle. And he won't quite get in. Down to the 1, setting up 3rd
A 2-yard
and goal.
pickup brings up 3rd and goal.
Sneak it here, and he's able to get the ball across the goal line. He's in. Jaden Daniels. Touchdown, Washington. Certain quarterbacks have a knack for that, and he finds the space to get in the end zone for the touchdown, Greg.
Yeah, just a good old-fashioned quarterback sneak. Kind of a play that's taken the league by storm. Not necessarily the tush-push like we see up in Philly, but just as effective here, Mike.
Matt Gay on for the extra point. He's got his kick, and the Commanders will go up by 7.
Makes the score. Commanders 13, Seahawks 6.
So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. A safe kick taken at the 5. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Seahawks offense and Sam Darnold heading back on the field. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long. Darnold now on 1st and 10. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
It's a pickup of 3.
Bold decision
Brings
there
up
by this
2nd
quarterback
and
to
7
attack a guy who's
at the
already made you
31-yard
pay
line.
for challenging him earlier today. He trusted his guy to not only win, but to defeat man coverage, and I think he got away with one there.
They'll run here with Walker. And to pick his way forward, a gain of about 5. And that's going to set up
down at the 37-yard line. That's a gain of 6. Brings up 3rd and 1.
They'll try and run it with Walker. And he will have the Seahawks first down by a couple of yards as they're able to convert on 3rd and 1.
And the Seahawks first down. First
And the ability to continue to
41-yard
sustain these drives and maintain possession. These 3rd downs are so critical, Mike, because every time an offensive play caller gets a fresh set of downs to work with, there's just more opportunities to continue to try to strike deep and go to score.
On the handoff, this is Walker. And he's brought down after a gain of a couple.
Tackle made at the 44-yard line. A 3-yard pickup. Brings up 2nd and 7.
From the 44-yard line, here's 2nd down and 7. From the shotgun, here's Darnold. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
Gain on the play. Brings up 3rd down.
Throwing, Darnold. Oh, and that throw not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looked like he may have got a little ahead of himself there. And it's going to bring up 4th down.
I'd say one of the most critical elements of a dynamic offense, Mike, is how efficient are you on 3rd down. It's something these teams stress all week. Here's an opportunity to continue to extend this drive. The defense wins this time and brings up 4th down.
And this one's going to land out of bounds as they'll mark it inside the 20. The Commanders' offense ready to take over possession of the football. They lead by a touchdown as this drive begins with 1st and 10. They'll begin here on the ground. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
What makes great linebackers stand out from the pack is their instincts and their vision. In this case, the linebacker has his keys, brings him right where the ball is going, and he's able to make a play at the point of attack and keep this to a no gain.
2nd and 10. Back to the ground. He'll get it again. And some good blocking. Bringing it a gain of 9 as we get to 3rd down.
25-yard line.
It's tough to completely celebrate, Mike, when you don't pick up the 1st down, but that's a run you will take every single time. I mean, good yardage, and in a lot of situations, it'll get you the 1st down, just not here.
It's the quarterback with the sneak. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage.
It's a gain of a yard. That's good for a Washington 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. Out of the gun, here's a run at the gut. And he'll work forward to about 4. It's 2nd down.
He was brought down by Kobe Bryant. A gain of 4. It's now 2nd and 6 at the 29-yard line.
From the shotgun, it's Daniel. He'll step up and run. And Daniels will have the first down as he's able to slide and avoid the contact.
It's a gain of 21
At this point,
yards.
it just gets frustrating for the defense, right? I mean, you've been watching this guy make big play after big play all game long. Not only on the quarterback designed runs, but it's the scrambles that can really break the back of a defense, and we saw it again here.
Daniels going to keep this himself. And he maneuvers his way forward. A gain of 6.
The tackle made at the 44-yard line. A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4.
Here comes 2nd and 4. On the zone read, here's Daniels. And he's going to lose yardage here. That's the way they'll switch ends as this third quarter has come to an end. So, 3 quarters now in the books. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this. They need 8 as they come up for 3rd down. Here's Daniel. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
I give a lot of credit here to the coverage unit, Mike. There was plenty of time for the quarterback to work through his progression. I thought the protection was actually pretty solid. But at the end of it, there was just nowhere to go, and he had no choice but to just throw that ball away.
Punt team out, ready to send this one away. As he'll come on to kick for the 5th time here tonight.
The Seahawks take over.
The Seahawks offense and Kenneth Walker ready to take over once more. And it's hard to believe you could run the ball a whole lot better than he has. The vision, the cutback ability, the acceleration, the stats. It has all been on display throughout. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. This drive starts on the ground with Walker. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage at best. Might have even lost a yard there.
Behind the line of scrimmage.
And they've really done a nice job defensively holding them in check. I mean, ideally, you want your back to average around 4 yards a pop, but they're falling short of that threshold as of now, and partially it's why they find themselves trailing at this stage in the game.
Operating from the gun, it's Darnold. There's that man again. Another catch. And nice work after the catch. He stopped a little short of the 1st down marker, but it is a pickup of 9. Keep it on the ground and keep it with Walker. Down the sideline, past the 45. He's going to be out of bounds inside the 40-yard line. Wow, they are moving the ball to start this drive. 21 on that play.
A gain of 21 yards.
What a good run there. That's going to put him over 100 for today's game, Mike, and it just seems as the game goes on, this guy just seems to get better and better.
He'll get this out to the left side. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. That catch puts him over the 100-yard mark here tonight. And it gives the team a 1st down.
Nice job there, getting the ball to your slot receiver and then letting him get to work. It's a nice feeling as a quarterback when you can just have a short throw still result in a big game.
And he will not be able to turn upfield. He'll drop him behind the line.
Trying to catch the defense off guard with this designed quarterback run. Doesn't go down for a sack, but either way, defense was ready for it, able to bring the quarterback down for a loss.
After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. Darnold now to throw. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. Can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a third down.
Third down and 13.
As you can probably imagine, Mike, this one really burns me. I mean, man, I wish my fellow tight ends catch every ball the entire game, but to be this open and not come down with it, I'm going to have to set a reminder. Next year at TEU, we're going to have to bring out some jump machines.
Inside the 10, it is caught. And he will have a first down, but I don't think that's going to stand. They're already heading backwards. That's on the former 9th overall pick, Charles Cross. On third and long, here's Darnold. Going for it all. That one broken up in the end zone. It's incomplete. What great work to stick those hands up there. And now it's fourth down.
It's hard to play that ball any better than the way that defender did right there. I mean, to stay patient throughout the entire play and make sure that not only are you in prime position to make it, but that once the ball is there, attack it, knock it down, and save a touchdown.
And this one is going to run out of steam. This is short. It's no good. The Commanders offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. And you get a look at the numbers, they don't even tell the whole story. This has been a tremendous performance to this point. First down. Daniel. That's into the hands of Lane. He's got it. And they're going to bring him down, but there is a penalty marker on the field. From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. To throw is Daniel. He'll step up and run this. And he's able to gain yardage out of this one before he slops.
A gain of 2. Brings up
well, let's give credit here to the coverage unit, Mike. There was nowhere to go with the ball for that quarterback. He had no choice but to just tuck it down himself, and he's able only to pick up a short gain.
Look him up on a 2nd down and 8.
Watch twins.
They'll throw with Daniel. He'll get this out to his running back. And he's out of bounds with the first down. But looks like this one might be coming back. They caught the rookie first rounder out of Oregon, Josh Connerly. Daniels to throw on 2nd down. He'll get this into the hands of his running back. Well, that helps. It's going to be a much more manageable 3rd down, getting some good yardage on that 2nd down play.
Let's give some credit to this offensive line. Once they identified the blitz, you could see them communicating with one another to make sure everybody is on the same page, and that's what gave the quarterback enough time and found the open man.
3rd and short, and it's Daniel. And he is out of bounds down at the 21.
A gain of 12 yards.
It's a gain of 12 there. Good for a Commanders first down.
1st and 10.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the 4th quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative. Just handoff right, handoff left, and it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out. At this stage in the 4th quarter, great job by the defense, understanding exactly what the offense is trying to do. They're trying to bleed the clock, shorten the game. They completely sold out to stop the run, able to take them down for a loss.
On 2nd down, it's Daniel. We'll get maybe 3 had that one, and it's going to set up third down.
It's a gain of 3. Brings up 3rd and 9.
Now Daniels. Oh, they got the turnover they needed. It's intercepted. And the Seahawks are going to get the ball back on the turnover. They hold on 4th down.
It's just the last thing you can afford to do, especially in this situation. Like, there's just no need to force the ball. You're playing with a lead. It's late in the game, and I know he's got a lot of confidence in his arm, and he thinks he can get away with it, but that decision, it proves to be costly.
Here's a designed run. And he's going to give ground and lose yardage here. Back to the 6.
Traditionally in 1st and 10, Mike, a defense is not playing for draw. So I think in this case, it was their quick reaction to the ball and able to get someone to meet the runner and stop him behind the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 11. Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. And problems. He loses the football near his own goal line. And there it is. The defense comes up with the big play, forcing the fumble as they get their offense right back on the field. Coming up, Greg, with a big turnover.
Taking the ball away, Mike, has really become an art form in the NFL. Some teams are good at it, some teams not so much. But in this case, great job by the defense taking that one away.
An opportunity for what could be a game-sealing touchdown right here. 1st down and goal. Daniels is going to keep it on the zone read. The ball comes out. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. They are very fortunate to get another shot at it. It is 2nd down and goal. He takes off, and he's into the end zone. That might be the knockout punch. Daniels. Touchdown, Commanders. He's got another one. His 2nd touchdown of the evening. Everything you want to do right there, Greg, in the 4th quarter. Get the ball with the lead and extend it to a 2-score advantage.
Yeah, I think this just might end up being too much to overcome. You said it. Once you get a 2-score lead this late in the 4th quarter, there's just not enough possessions to be had to claw yourself back in it.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
Now another shot here at the PAT. A little bit easier following the penalty, and the kick is good.
Makes the score. Commanders 20, Seahawks 6.
So, after the touchdown, here's Jay to kick this one away. He fields it at the 8. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. Out comes the Seattle offense as they get ready for their next possession. 2 on this one before being taken down.
Eddie Goldman on the stop. 2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 32-yard line.
From the 32-yard line now, here's 2nd and 8. Once again, it's Walker. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line. A gain there of 11. First down,
and
Seattle.
The Seahawks, first down. 1st and 10 at the 43-yard
Really nice job by
line.
the interior of this offensive line. It typically just takes one guy to distort the defense to give the back enough room to operate, and that's exactly what they did here, and it led to a big gain.
This looks like a disaster. Oh, the ball's out. The Commanders come up with it.
Illegal blocking the ball. Offense.
Daniels now on 1st down. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
A gain of 19
And it's a
yards.
gain of 19 to the 19-yard line.
First down.
An interesting decision
First
there
and
by the
10
play
at the
caller to put this
19-yard
ball
line.
in the air. Mike, you're up by 2 scores. Traditional wisdom says, hey, we're up by 2 scores late in the 4th quarter. We've got to keep this clock moving. Don't want to risk an incompletion. Now, they convert. They're able to secure the catch and pick up a fresh set of downs. That's going to enable them to continue to burn more
4
clock.
yards on the
Without a
pickup.
stop,
2nd and
their opponent's
6.
not going to get the ball back.
Here's 2nd and 6. Throwing is Daniel. Samuel there to make the catch. This drive's going to continue. They bring him down,
It's a
but
gain of
not
8.
before he picks
That's
up
good.
1st and goal for his team.
First down.
Well, so often we see
First and
quarterbacks
goal at the
standing in the pocket,
7-yard
holding
line.
it, seeing if they can create something downfield. Well, not that play. That play was simple. Snap the ball to the quarterback, spit it out into the hands of your receiver, and let's see what he can do.
Here's a runner. And he's in! Ja'Cory Preston, touchdown, Washington. Greg, that's one of those scores where it's not completely over, but it's getting to be about that time.
Yeah, Mike, I just think they're entering miracle stage right now, and I just don't think there's any coming back from this deficit.
Gay to add the PAT.
After. The attempt at the 2-point conversion is no good. That makes the score Commanders 26, Seahawks 6.
The kickoff team is out on the field,
for
and
Washington.
we're back to it as the kick's away. This taken in at the 8-yard line. And a decent return there.
The
He'll get
Seahawks
this
take
up
over
just
first
shy
and 10.
of the 30.
At their own
The Seahawks
29-yard
offense
line.
headed back to take over once more. Things not looking good. But see if we get the turnaround going here. We'll start this drive with first down. Darnold to throw. They try to set up the screen, but this one's doomed from the start. It's incomplete.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
On second down, it's Darnold. And this offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack.
This offense, they just can't establish any sort of rhythm. There's just no way to sustain any scoring drives when your quarterback is being pressured and sacked this often.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. To throw is Darnold, and on 3rd down, that ball incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on 1st and 2nd down, Mike. Living in these 3rd and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
Let's see what they do here. This is 4th and long. Darnold taking the deep shot for Smith and Jigba. That's going to be incomplete. They felt compelled to go for it on 4th and long. That was a big ask, and the defense turns them away. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. They start with the lead and the football. They do so with tremendous field position. It's 1st and 10. Zone read, Daniels gonna hang on to it, and he won't try to risk much more. Sliding down, a gain of 3.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7 at the Seahawks 21-yard line.
From the 21, here's 2nd down and 7. Now a give up the middle, and he's in. Greg ends any small hopes of a comeback on the other side.
Yeah, and I think those chances, Mike, were small to begin with, but with that last score, I think this one is pretty much over.
The extra point by Gay is good. And the Commanders will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter. So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. We'll start at the 4. Now an opening at the 30. And this will wind up working out well. He's going to take it up to the 40-yard line. Good return. The Seahawks offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. On play action, here's Darnold. He's going to look downfield once again. And that is incomplete.
They're trying to take the top off the defense, make them feel that vertical threat, and soften everything up. Wasn't a ton of separation downfield, at least not what they would have preferred, and ends it up being a wasted down.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Here's Darnold. Wells, another catch for his favorite target. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on 3rd down.
Just a simple hitch route. Certainly nothing special there or anything downfield, but the idea is the more of those you throw and those efficient passes, the second the defense moves up to take it away, that's when you go for the big ones.
On 3rd and 2, it's Darnold. And this is going to be incomplete. That is a letdown there. Pass looked to be on target. No catch. And now 4th down.
So prior to that 3rd down call, Mike, I thought they put themselves in a pretty good situation. At that down and distance, they had run and pass, both at their disposal, but nice job by the defense being up to the task. Force the incomplete, brings up 4th down.
They'll try it now with Walker. And he's not going to get there. The defense was ready for it, and they stuff him on 4th down.
Result of the play is
the Commanders' offense about ready to take over once more. They'll have a short field in front of them as they try to extend this lead out further. On play action, Daniels. That'll be taken in on Krusty Merritt. And he'll be hauled down at about the 35-yard line. It's a pickup
A gain of 12 yards.
1st down, Washington.
And a Commanders 1st down.
Think back to what they told us during the week, Mike. They said this primetime platform, this is a tremendous opportunity for us to show the entire league and put them on notice. And boy, after this performance, boy, have they ever.
Right here, down the field, will fall incomplete. He was trying to hook up with Deebo Samuel that time.
Leads to 2nd
And it'll bring
10
up 2nd down.
at the 35-yard line.
They nearly connected on the big play downfield, but he's not quite able to hold on to that ball through the contact. You can chalk that one up as a win defensively.
And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up 3rd down.
A gain of 1 brings up 3rd down and 9.
Working out of the gun, it's Daniel. The pressure gets there, and down he goes. Big Leonard Williams that time forces his way in for the sack.
You just have to have a better plan coming into the game when you're facing this sort of pass rush. You are not going to be able to sit there with long developing plays and pat the ball in the pocket. It has to be read 1, read 2, check down. Get the ball out of your hands. Protect your offensive linemen a little bit.
Special teams on the field, ready for this punt. As they'll say no to the long field goal and hope to pin them deep. The Seahawks offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. This drive starts at the 21. It's 1st and 10. Dump this off to Charbonnet, complete, and they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 26-yard line.
He'll be taken down, but good enough to keep this drive going.
Personal foul.
It's
roughing
a 1st
the passer.
down.
Defense.
Throwing, Darnold.
Initially, Mike, a really good job by the defense. Nowhere to go with the ball for this quarterback. He's forced to pull it down and turn into a runner. Little slow reaction, and he's able to actually pick up a pretty good game.
So 2 minutes left to play in the second half. We'll come back and finish this one off. After this, they'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. From the shotgun, here's Darnold. That's going to be incomplete. Humphrey's very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd.
He's usually such a reliable target in the passing game, Mike. We just don't see him struggle to come down with catches like that all too often. And when you're one of the go-to guys on your team, I know the hit's coming, but guess what? It feels a lot better after you take that hit after a catch than it does after a drop.
That is caught. He finds Walker. And the defense can't come up with the stop there. Gain of 7 and a 1st down.
Mike, I think we make so much of all these fancy routes, right? The selling, the head fakes, getting in and out of the break. And while that's really important to create separation, that's really more of a man beater. That's when teams want to just play you one-on-one and you have to beat the defender. Against zone defense, like we saw here, it's a lot more simpler. Understand the concept of the play, understand where the holes in the defense are, and get there and be friendly to the quarterback. And if you're open, stay open. That's NFL route running. That's what the best guys do.
Darnold to the air once more. There's that man again. Another catch. It'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a 1st down.
And the Seahawks 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line.
Here's Darnold again. Throw right side, hauled in by Cuts. And he'll be out of bounds, a pickup of 5.
Out of bounds at the 22-yard line. A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5.
They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Darnold to throw again. Taking off. And he will slide to a halt, but he does have the 1st down.
A quarterback who can extend the play with his legs, Mike, is just such a key element to today's modern offenses. You can see there was nowhere for him to go with the ball, but he decides to turn into a runner, picks up a great gain, and ultimately a 1st down.
Darnold down on 1st and 10. And he'll just get rid of this. Smart play to throw it away. And that'll set up 2nd down.
You have to wonder, Mike, how are those previous mistakes he made earlier in the game still lingering in the back of his mind? You can tell he's being a little bit more conservative. He doesn't want to risk throwing a 3rd interception and kind of just throws this one away.
That'll be incomplete. And now we are down to likely just one more play.
Brings up a 3rd
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
And it's going to be some points here at the finish line. This is a touchdown. They have fought to the end, but still will come up short. Greg, it's the quarterback's best friend, and you were that guy for a lot of years. The tight end in a tight area with man coverage.
Yeah, it's really twofold, Mike, right? First and foremost, we see so many of these tight ends around the league that now have gotten to the point where one-on-one matchups, that's advantage offense. But then even in the cases they don't create great separation, Mike, it's their size, their catch radius. It's such a friendly target for the quarterback that when things get tight in the red zone, they look to the tight end.
So it's a win here for the Commanders. They use a little home cooking here. They play a complete football game. And they're going to send their fans home quite happy. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. The Commanders are winners, as we say so long from just outside our nation's capital.